Oh, no, your daughter plays soccer.
Okay, I gotta pay attention.
So, yeah, so, my wife and her back to practice. But, you know, so, she,
Oh, good, I'm glad I'm
back with her, so she dropped this. Drop out once. I dropped her.
I just remember when
I saw that back.
There was one day, the regular movie in Mississauga, it was like,
Actually, I do remember one thing we had to do was town manager or my wife. Actually, get federal funds for somebody's house, what to buy it.
No Scott tonight.
You know, just pretty much
so is your son a freshman or?
the guy had
If you have an issue, just tapping on the shoulder.
Yes. Tonight we're gonna vote on the 2022 calendar.
I'm assuming they're not able to figure it out right now, so. Oh, well, yeah, I know.
they're trying to figure it out.
It's like, oh no, Dad, I'm in high school now. Even though I took about 3 years.
What are they doing?
Middle school, 5 years.
They're not gonna go tonight. Oh, yeah, sorry, so, November 4th, they're not gonna do it at all tonight. They're gonna do November 4th at 6 p.m.
Figure it out, 6 p.m.
Thank you for bringing, I was gonna ask, you, are you okay with that? Yeah. I think we need to confirm that they're all set. They were having some issues with the technical. They said they're good?
He said he's good.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Okay, now to call to order the, what is today's date? The October 7th meeting of the City of Nashville Planning Board. Linda, could you do the roll, please?
Sure. Mayor Donches, Mike Peterson,
Here.
Adam Varley,
Here.
Maggie Harper, Alderman David Tenza, Alderwoman Jan Schmidt, Dan Hudson,
Here.
Mark Meehan,
Here.
Bob Bollinger,
Here.
Larry Hirsch.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Great, thank you, Linda. So next up on the agenda, we have approval of the minutes, and we have both the minutes from the September 9th, 2021 meeting and the September 23rd, 2021 meeting. I've asked if anyone's had an opportunity to review the minutes and be willing to make a motion, and I'd like to take, actually, we can take a motion as to both unless there are comments on either of the minutes. Does anyone have any questions, comments on the minutes? But like I said, I'll just take one motion to approve both sets of minutes if there's no comments. Mr. Bollinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes of September 9th, 2021, and September 23rd, 2021.
So motion by Mr. Bollinger to approve both sets of minutes. Is there a second on that? A second by Mr. Meehan. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Communications. Evening, Scott.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the National Planning Board. The following correspondences were received after your packets were mailed out. October 6th, correspondence from Adam Pulio, case A210185. Jamie Ouellette, case A210185. Mark Rapagula, National Fire, case A210216. And Mr. Balakrishan, case number A210177. October 5th, Joe Mandola, case A210185. October 4th, Joe Mandola, case number A210185. October 4th, Steve Auger, case A21021, that's postponed to October 21st. Tim Forrence, case number A210191, postponed to October 21st. Mr. Rathi, case number A210177. And finally, Wayne Husband, case A210216. Thank you.
Thank you, and Scott, just to confirm, I believe both cases A210191 and A210215 have requested to be postponed.
To a date certain, right. And if we
And,
could have a motion.
So just for the members of the public, those two cases, so new business subdivision plans, A210191, Tim Forrence, and A210215, Jeffrey and Christopher Lynch, have are both being postponed until the October 21st meeting. I don't think we have any reports from committee and liaison unless anyone tells me otherwise. Okay, great. We will get right into the agenda then. Old business conditional special use permits, there are none. Old business subdivision plans, there are none. Old business site plans, there are none. New business conditional special use permits, case A21-0186, City of Nashua and Paul and Michael J. Gagnon, owners, conditional use permit to construct a new public middle school. Property is located at 36 and 44 Buck Meadow Road and L. Cherrywood Drive. Sheet C, lots 762, 25, and 2851. This is zoned R40 Suburban Residence and FUOD Flexible Use Overlay District and located in Ward 9. And we will hear this case together with new business site plans, case number A210185. And again, City of Nashua and Paul and G. Michael Gagnon, owners, proposed site plan to construct a new middle school. Improvements include a new city street off Buck Meadow Road, bus loop parking facilities, and athletic facilities. Property is located at 36 and 44 Buck Meadow Road and L. Cherrywood Drive. Again, zoned suburban residence and flexible use overlay district and located in Ward 9. So taking separate motions, as to new business conditional special use permits, A210186, has anyone had the opportunity to review the plan and would be willing to make a motion that is complete and ready for the board to accept jurisdiction? Mr. Ballinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I'd like to make a motion to accept jurisdiction over new business, project A21-0185, as well as new business, project A21-0186, applicant, City of Nashua.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ballinger. So the motion, or call them two separate motions, to accept jurisdiction with respect to A21-0186 and A21-0185. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Mr. Hirsch. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Ballinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. Just being as though, I guess on a large-scale basis, this is sort of the first formal presentation that the board will hear on this case tonight, and considering the fact that we may have comments from abutters or other concerned citizens, I guess I just wanted to put out there, I'd like to see where this one goes. Personally, I don't necessarily feel compelled to vote on the motions this evening, but I would like to certainly, I'm very interested in hearing the testimony, but there's a plethora of material involved here, and I think the fact that it is a city facility, we should be, wholly, understanding to the fact that there could be a lot of public commentary and perhaps questions that may not be able to be answered this evening. Thank you, Mr. Varley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ballinger. Obviously, absolutely, we would reserve the right to, take further time to consider the case if the board felt it necessary. And certainly we can, accept jurisdiction and hear the case while reserving that right. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. That motion passes. So I don't know who's up first to speak on the plan. But just for those speaking, I would just ask you to address both the conditional use and conditional use permit and the site plan that can all be addressed together.
Hi, I'm Alderman Rick Dowd from Ward 2. I'm the chairman of the Joint Special School Building Committee. I just want to thank the board for hearing the case this evening. We've been working on this middle school project for 5 years and have finished one of the schools already, Fairgrounds Middle School, and Pennachuck is well underway. And this allows the teachers in the middle school level to have the facilities to be able to handle their curriculum. So it's very important to the city, and we ask for your consideration in passing the motions this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Willett with Harriman Architects and Engineers, architect and project manager with the project. I want to give a little brief background to the project. I know I've seen many of you on some of the other projects that are being done with the middle school projects. This particular one, the intent of this project is to replace Elm Street Middle School. Several years back, we were hired to do a feasibility study on the Elm Street Middle School. That school was originally designed as a junior high level, which is for older children, not quite the middle school level. And there's a lot of facility deficiencies in that building. Through the feasibility study and other research, the JSSBC here in the city of Nashua voted to replace the school with a new middle school, which you'll be seeing here tonight. The proposed school is down off from Buck Meadow Road in southern Nashua. This project takes the current population of children in the middle schools, where Elm Street has 1,200 students approximately. Pennachuck has a little over 600 currently, and Fairgrounds has a little over 700, and redistributes the populations of students to approximately 800 per student, so that every student in the district will have some level of consistency between all the students that will be attending the middle school level. In addition, Elm Street has some facilities, or does not have some facilities that the other schools do have, specifically athletic type facilities. So this new proposed school has, as you'll see tonight, has some of those facilities that the other schools do have, Pennachuck and Fairgrounds, but not Elm Street. So I'm going to turn it over to Sam Forg, civil engineer on the project with Harriman, and he'll walk you through the site.
Thank you, Jamie. So tonight,
Sorry, I know he gave your name, but if you don't mind just doing name and address for the record.
absolutely. Sam Forg, I'm a senior civil engineer with Harriman Associates. So tonight, just wanted to walk through some of the existing conditions and obviously talk through what we're proposing to do on the school site. This is an approximate site boundary. As you can see, it's heavily wooded area as it currently stands. It's bordered to the west by Buck Meadow and to the south and east by Cherrywood Drive and Medallion Court, and obviously additional forested areas to the north. Site topography for this project generally slopes down towards the residential and Buck Meadow Road here. The high points are kind of scattered throughout, severely sloping in some areas, but we've achieved some grading to help offset that. So this is a general site overview plan and kind of broken it out into a couple different areas. The first of which is a new city street in order to access the site. This is going to be coming off of Buck Meadow and will ultimately serve as the primary access drive for the school. We've obviously got the school building here, as well as the parking and circulation facilities that surround it. The athletic facilities located to the east, as well as kind of a designation of where the more heavy residential areas are. So as far as the new city street is concerned, it will be 2 12-foot wide travel lanes with a paved 4-foot shoulder to the north with an additional 6-foot wide sidewalk to the north. On the southern end, there's a 2-foot grassed shoulder with a riprap line swale, which will convey stormwater to a number of different infiltration basins along the way. Again, this will serve as the primary access drive into the school. We also do have a dedicated left and right turn exit lanes, which will help facilitate some of the traffic coming off of the site. We do have Vanessa and Associates here to talk through some of the traffic concerns as well. But this will obviously help mitigate any of the backing up on this new street for folks exiting from school events or things of that nature. So the northern portion of the site, so this is ultimately where like the city street will end. This is the map C lot 2851, which is the majority of the actual school project will occur on the site. Upon reaching the school property, buses will enter in this way and create a loop system here, which will get the buses out from the general circulation traffic. General traffic will come here. We provided a pickup and drop-off for students located right here to the east of the site, and those folks can continue on and get back out through. This drop-off area has an 8-foot lane for cars to park and ultimately drop off to students, as well as a 12-foot bypass lane in order for those folks to ultimately sneak around and ultimately get out efficiently from their pickup and drop-off location. There is a maintenance building here that will help facilitate, a number of different things with the athletic facilities that are located here to the east. We have a running track with a multi-purpose, a multi-use grassed infield, that can hold football, lacrosse, soccer events in this location. We also have a baseball and softball field, as well as a basketball court. One of the things of note is that we are proposing 171 spaces, which will require a waiver from the planning board. I believe the maximum was 164 based on the land use code. One of the things that we've constantly heard with the other middle school projects is that there's just not enough parking. So we provided some additional parking spaces and are requesting that waiver. On the southern end of the site, this is really where a lot of the utilities are going to be coming from, as well as a lot of the stormwater BMPs are located. We have, 2 larger stormwater basins located here and here, as well as a smaller infiltration basin, which ultimately has a head wall which discharges out to existing infrastructure across Cherrywood Drive. As you can see too, we have a perimeter loop that will circumvent the entire school building. That's to allow for deliveries of larger trucks to come in this bus loop area, make their drop-offs here, and make their way around. And we've designed it so that vehicles as large as tractor trailers can actually get out and around this site. You'll also note that we do have a secondary egress located here. This is strictly for emergency access and something that we've discussed with both police and fire departments. It's something that is required, from them. Again, talking through some of the utilities for this, the gas, sewer, and water are going to be tapped in off of the rotary area at Medallion and Cherrywood. We're proposing a 4-inch gas service pipe, which will be conveyed through this egress, the secondary egress, and then ultimately around to the west of the school. Similarly, we'll have water. One of the comments that we did receive from the fire marshal for the city of Nashua was that they would prefer to have a loop system Revised drawings will be created to show this loop system, as well as 6-inch laterals to any fire hydrants or anything to meet code. As I said, stormwater infrastructure, is here to help treat and contain any runoff, and keep it under the runoff rates that are currently existing on site. Electrical utilities will be run up from Buck Meadow via a series of utility poles. Those utility poles will ultimately end right at the school property, and from there it will go underground to the transformer located again to the kind of our service yard on the western end of the school site. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jamie, who's going to talk through some of the building elevations and materials.
Thank you, Sam. Jamie Willett with Harriman Architects and Engineers again. So as you can see up on screen here, and it was also submitted, there's multiple levels of building. The public side, which would be we call it the public side, it's the side where events may hold place, so that it's not the general classrooms, is to the northern side of the site. It's kind of that mass, you can see a little bit here in this diagram here. That is a 2-story level. Most of it is 1 story. There's a higher volume gymnasium area, and then a higher volume 2-story area where the cafeteria and the library are over on the public side. And then off to the left of that, which would be the southern side, where it's kind of got the 3 wings to the school, most of that is a 3-story area, and there's a lower level that happens on the most southern wing to house a program that the district needs for the middle school level. The materials of the building are majority brick, which you can see in the reddish color, with some banding, some recessed banding of brick in a more neutral color. And then there's also in the kind of the grayish color you can see here on this wing, that's a concrete panel rain screen system. The windows are intended to be aluminum windows. There's on the southern and western side of the school, there are sunscreens to help block sun from coming through the windows. And then there's on the upper roof areas, the areas above roof, there are composite aluminum panel type siding, rain screen system up there. Some other features there would be, there's also some curtain wall and storefront system, glazing systems. I think that kind of covers the majority of the finishes. You can also see to the bottom right here that there's 2 new monumental signs proposed for the school site. One of them, this one here on the upper one, would be close to the building. And I think Sam could point that out when he comes back to show you the rest here. But that's close to the building. It would have a digital signage that would give information to the public for, maybe an afternoon event. That again is intended to be made of aluminum paneling and brick. And then there's a monumental sign proposed at down near Buck Meadow, made of precast and brick. It's a simple sign that just states the name of the school embedded into the precast panel. All right, next up, we're actually going to have Scott Thornton from Vanessa and Associates and walk through some of the traffic.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening. For the record, Scott Thornton with Vanessa and Associates, traffic consultants for the project. And I'm going to give you an overview of the traffic study and what was studied, what some of our conclusions were, and be available for any questions if you have any. So the study was prepared in coordination with Nashville City Engineer and guidelines for the preparation of traffic reports. We looked at conditions at 5 intersections closest to the project, really around the perimeter, expected to be impacted by the school. Looked at existing conditions, future conditions without the project, and future conditions with the project, looking at a 5-year horizon condition. Looked at a number of different safety criteria, including vehicle speed, sight distances, traffic signal installation, and left turn lane installation. And then finally, we provided recommendations to address the project impact. So this slide shows the study area map that we looked at, and there were 5 intersections. Again, starting with Gilson Road and Main Dunstable Road, Buck Meadow Road to the north or west, down to Buck Meadow Road, Ridge Road, and Wynn Road, Covey Road, Ridge Road, and Cherrywood Drive and Medallion Court, and then up to Cherrywood Drive at Hibiscus Way. We had done traffic counts prior to the emergence of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, so there were no adjustments that were required for traffic volumes due to COVID, but we did correct conditions based on the passage of time. We had done these counts between 6:30 and 8:30 in the morning and between 1 and 3 in the afternoon. In general, what we identified as the peak hour in the morning was between 7:30 and 8:30 and between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. Unsignalized intersections, stop signs present at all locations where warranted. This slide shows a roadway inventory where you can see there's sidewalks, crosswalks in some locations, stop signs, and in general, single lane approaches at all of the intersections. There is a crosswalk, a mid-block crosswalk, north of the intersection of Gilson Road and Buck Meadow Road with Main Dunstable Road. That's intended to connect to the Conservation Trail, although there's not really a well-established connection other than one that's sort of been foot-trodden into the grass. But we have measures to address that are proposed as part of the project. So in terms of the trip generation for the project, we had counts available from the Pennachuck Middle School that were conducted during the same time period. And we had developed trip rates based on the number of students that were there at the time. And we then developed a trip rate which was applied to the proposed population of the school of 800 students. The time period for the weekday morning peak hour, we've got about a total of about 592 vehicle trips, 328 entering, 264 exiting. And the afternoon peak hour, we've got about 248 trips, 112 entering, and 136 exiting. And these are just vehicle trips, so they're inclusive of parent drop-offs and pickups and staff arrivals and departures. And if there were, to the extent that buses were present in those traffic streams, it was included in the counts. So we distributed the traffic for the school in this fashion, where we looked at the proximate, or made some approximations to residential density, looked at city zoning maps and a number of residential units. Most of the population base and the residential buildings are obviously to the north and to the east. So you can see the distribution is weighted heavily in those directions, with 60% oriented to the north on Main Dunstable. Next highest amount is 30% oriented to and from the east on Ridge Road, with lesser amounts to the south on Main Dunstable and out to Gilson Road to the west. So in terms of recommendations, we've identified a number of improvements, focusing on school zone and signage installations. We've also looked at potential roadway improvements. We're recommending that the there's a school management or traffic management plan on site to address and to monitor drop-off and pickup activity to make sure that there's no issues with that concern or with that item. And then, as has been indicated previously by Jamie and Sam, the school access design was also reviewed, and by that I mean the site driveway intersection with Buck Meadow Road. So this plan, it's at a very large scale, but it shows the general, it shows all of the improvements that we had identified for the project on one slide. In general, like as I mentioned, we're focusing on school zone installations, signage installations, crosswalk installations at some intersections. But you can see we're going really from the study area with the intersection of Buck Meadow and Gilson and Main Dunstable all the way out to Ridge Road. So the first location in terms of a pedestrian improvement plan is the intersection of Main Dunstable Road at Gilson Road with Buck Meadow Road. And we're recommending the installation of a crosswalk at the intersection and also the installation of a rectangular rapid flash beacon. And that is a pedestrian push-button activated, solar-powered device. Push button gets activated and strobe lights go off at both directions, so it's highly visible. It's about 8 feet up or so with a 2 to 3 foot sign base, or 2 to 3 foot sign, and it's got a very high rate of driver compliance, something like 88% yielding behavior to when those strobe lights are activated. So it's very effective. They're becoming very common and a way to improve the pedestrian crossing experience. So we'd heard from the city that this type of installation was contemplated at the existing crosswalk on Main Dunstable Road, which is in the vicinity of the soccer fields and the athletic fields. So it's in this general area, but again, it's a mid-block crosswalk, and we feel that there would be a better chance of yielding and more improved or improved safety if the crosswalk was located closer to the intersection. There's sidewalks on both sides, and it's better able to fit in with the existing roadway features. We're also proposing some signage there to further reinforce the presence of the sidewalk or of the crosswalk. In the vicinity of the site driveway intersection with Buck Meadow Road, we're proposing some school zone flashers, or the installation of a school zone with appropriate signage. The idea is to reduce the speed down to 20 miles per hour or less on Buck Meadow Road in the vicinity of the driveway. It's currently posted for 35 miles an hour, and our speed measurements indicated that is about the average, but traffic does move at a higher rate of speed than that, and the installation of the school zone with the flashers would be intended to remedy that and reduce the speeds for traffic moving through the area. In terms of pedestrian routing through the area to the east, we're recommending the installation of some additional pedestrian signage, as well as some wayfinding signage indicating which way to go to get to the school, to walk to the school. There's an existing sidewalk that runs from the intersection of Wind Road and Ridge Road, along Ridge Road up to Cherrywood Drive, and then from that point, pedestrians could continue up Cherrywood Drive to get to the access point for the school. Currently, there are crosswalks on Medallion Court that were just recently installed, which is the driveway or the roadway closest to the proposed access point that Jamie and Sam were referencing. There are no crosswalks across Tamara Court and I think Moonstone Drive, which are the two side streets closer to Ridge Road. So we would recommend that crosswalks be installed across those roadways. And then in terms of a potential intersection improvement, we looked at the potential installation of a right turn lane on Buck Meadow Road. And as I mentioned earlier, there are, all these approaches at all these intersections are single lane approaches. So left turns and right turns and through movements get kind of caught up behind each other. And at this intersection, it's an existing, we understand it's an existing deficiency that there is some delay associated with the side streets, and this type of improvement may be warranted already, or recommended. In fact, I think the city staff had indicated that this is an improvement that they had been considering. But this type of improvement would address the existing situation. It would also obviously improve the situation with the additional school traffic going through the intersection. But it's, that in conjunction with the crosswalks and across both Main Dunstable Road and Gilson Road, as well as the RRFB at the north side of the intersection, would be expected to improve safety and improve operations as well. We also looked at signal warrant analysis just to make sure that there were no locations that triggered demands or triggered warrants for traffic signal installations. And I should back up, it's not all locations, we didn't look at this for all locations, but the critical ones, which were Buck Meadow Road at Gilson Road and Main Dunstable Road, and also Buck Meadow Road at the site driveway. And we found that of the warrants that we reviewed, that we had data for, the warrant levels were not met, indicating that a traffic signal would not need to be installed at these intersections. So this is coming to the end here. So the school access design, as was indicated previously, two 12-foot lanes approaching Buck Meadow Road, coming down from the school, 14-foot departure away from Buck Meadow Road, headed into the school. There's a sidewalk that runs most of the way along Buck Meadow Road and then stops in the vicinity of an existing curb cut near the site. We would propose to extend that sidewalk and then work with the abutter to make sure that we've got their needs accommodated for access, and then continue that sidewalk up to the driveway where it can continue up into the school. And so, in terms of conclusions, we provided recommendations to address the traffic increases. As anyone that's been to a school knows, the traffic effects of schools are dramatic, but they're also short in duration. And we would expect this to be no different. It's the type of thing where the event occurred, somewhere in the 20 to 30 minutes in the vicinity of the drop-offs and the pickup times. It's when you get this big spike in traffic activity and vehicle trips, and then at the end of that period, it's all back to normal. So we would expect that be the same type of condition here. We have identified measures to address the pedestrian access and potential improvements to Buck Meadow Road, but we feel that the area can accommodate the traffic increases due to the project. So that's the end of the traffic story. I don't know if there's anything else from you guys. So that's it. I'll be available for any questions, as will the rest of the team.
Great, so I guess
Thank you.
the question I have for the applicant is, do you have further presentation, or should we go into questions at this point?
You can go into questions at this moment.
Okay, great. So maybe, since you're already up here, maybe we
Sure.
can start with traffic. So, one question I had is, and obviously you've got the empirical data from Penachuk, so that's obviously, you know, a certainly helpful and relevant comparison. I'm just curious as to the sort of the data that would inform the traffic counts generally. Is there a distinction that's made between different levels of schools, so like an elementary versus a middle school versus a high school?
Yeah.
In terms of traffic volumes?
Yeah, so you would expect that a lot more driving would occur with a high school, and with the elementary school, a lot of the students would be walking or being bused. We also looked at, to provide sort of a check on the values that we used, we also looked at a standard source for trip generation information, which is the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, which has a number of land uses, trip generation information for a number of land uses, including junior/high schools. And comparing that data for this school population gave us fewer numbers, fewer trips than what was observed at the Penachuk school. So we just figured it made more sense to use the data from the Penachuk school for, you know, for a school, proposed school in Nashua.
Right, so that's, the data from Penachuk is more conservative than
Yes.
the manual data.
Yeah.
And then I had a couple questions about the potential improvements at the intersection of Buck Meadow, Main Dunstable, and Gilson.
Yep.
So you talked about, you know, the idea of adding the right turn lane there. As you know, there's a median there currently that runs from basically that intersection for, I don't know, maybe, you know, 150 feet or so.
Yep.
Is the expectation would that median, I'm assuming, would have to be adjusted, removed to accommodate that improvement?
Yeah, we would, if that improvement came to pass, we would expect that median would be removed. And then there'd be some slight widening, but most of it is, most of that work can take place within the existing pavement.
Okay. And then at that same intersection, going west on Main Dunstable, there are some sightline issues there because of, I think, some overgrowth of the trees and shrubs. Did you guys do any site distance? I know you did the site distance analysis at the school
driveway.
entrance. Did you do any analysis at this intersection or other intersections around the school?
We did not. We did not look at it further down Main Dunstable. We focused really on the new driveway location.
Okay, great, cool. And I can address that with the civil engineer as well. Before we go to the other engineers, does anyone have other traffic-related questions? Mr. Meehan?
Yeah, thank you. It seems that the relocation of this middle school it's further away from the student population than some of the other schools. Is it comparable? Has there been any look at where the students are actually going to live and how far they're going to have to go to the school? If so, does that increase the amount of drivers that are going, or the buses? How do you take that into account?
So there may have been an analysis that's been done since we started preparing the study and worked through it. We really looked at the existence of the residential base in the area. I don't know that, I mean, there could be an increase in vehicle traffic, but, you know, I think that a lot of parents drive their middle school kids to school. And I think that would have been accounted for with the Pennachuck School. And so we think that the traffic numbers are probably pretty accurate in terms of the overall vehicle volumes going to the site.
I have some questions.
Oh, just a moment, we're not at the point yet where we're taking testimony from the public, but we will get there.
Okay.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes, when I drive at the intersection of Buck Meadow, Gilson, and Main Dunstable Road, I mean, that can be tricky. You really have to keep your eyes open and look left and right which way the traffic is coming on Main Dunstable Road. And I think putting a pedestrian light there or along that route is very useful. But do you think there may be need for a future traffic light there for vehicles at that busy intersection?
So the conditions that we looked at, where we analyzed the need or the demand for a traffic signal, were a future condition. It was a 2026 condition. So it included some future growth in traffic as well as the project traffic. And we didn't see the need for it meeting we didn't see it meeting a warrant for a traffic signal.
Because I just have an observation, but you have the data on your side, so. Thanks.
Right, and I mean, I understand your point. But in terms of the signal installations, there's a high bar set on purpose, because of maintenance issues and because it has such an effect on the overall traffic flow in the area. So it's purposely difficult to warrant a traffic signal installation.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Hirsch?
Are there any kids who actually walk to school? Are there bicycle issues? Is all taken into account in the survey?
So what we noticed was there's a lot of residences north and east and west, and those residences, children from those residences, those areas have adequate sidewalks, and with the crosswalk installations and the RFB installation, they would have the availability to cross Main Dunstable and get to the site. That said, it is a 10% grade going up the site driveway. So I'm not sure how many, kids will do that once, maybe, and I don't know that they would. I don't know that they would continue to do that as a standard type of arrival. We didn't specifically look at the number of kids walking to school or biking to school, because that wasn't reflected in the counts that we did at Pennachuck. But if they're coming from the west, they can use the sidewalk and use the conservation trail. If they're coming from the east or the north, there are other sidewalks that they can use to get to Cherrywood Drive, to get to the access off of that street.
So you're basically saying the number of kids is so small who'll be walking, it's really not an issue.
That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like.
Thank you.
Other traffic questions, Mr. Ballinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. Mr. Thornton, with regard to the intersection, New Hampshire 111A at Buck Meadow, you talked about the westbound right turn lane improvement from Buck Meadow to 111A, and I understand that, given the distribution of traffic. Was there any consideration for I guess, the flip side of that coin? Any sort of left turn treatment, any sort of left turn lane southbound or westbound on 111A onto Buck Meadow Road to complement the westbound right turn?
Yeah, so we looked at the operations, and we looked at the the level of service for the movement coming south. We looked at the left turn lane warrants, and we didn't see the need for adding the left turn lane in that area. The, the left turn lane is, because that movement is free flow, doesn't have to stop, it's able to just come down and use shorter gaps to make the left turn into Buck Meadow. So we think that where the right turn, where the Buck Meadow Road approach is under stop sign control, they need a longer gap to be able to process into the intersection.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. If the need for that left turn lane was satisfied, is there sufficient pavement width now to accommodate that, or would that require widening, in your opinion?
I think there might be room for a bypass area there. And, I will double check the left turn lane warrant issue there. But I believe, counting the shoulder, I believe there's about 16 feet of pavement. So maybe some minor widening could occur to get a bypass in there, if not the full left turn lane.
Thank you. Mr. Varley, do you have an additional question, if that's all right?
Sure, please.
Yes. With regard to site distance at the proposed access point on Buck Meadow, I'm having a little bit of a hard time visualizing exactly where it is. It looks like you're sort of on a horizontal curve there, so you might have a little bit of a vertical issue as well, looking kind of towards the, I guess, northwest. Is there any clearing of vegetation that is required, or any sort of sightline easement against any of the other adjacent properties in order to satisfy site distance requirements for that exit point?
We did not notice, let me just double check my report. I do not think that we noticed any issue with the site distance.
Mr. Thorne, it may have been in the report, just sometimes we don't get the full document, so I just didn't know if it was addressed, but feel free to answer now.
I would just like to confirm. So I know we observed greater than 500 feet in each direction, which satisfied all the criteria for the speeds that we observed. So I'm going to say that there was no, there we go. Right, so there was the AASHTO requirement, and then there was the City of Nashua Development Standards requirement. And we were able to meet or exceed the site distances. So I'm going to say there was no issue with grading or vegetation.
That's very helpful, thank you. I would just like to point out to the board for discussion, sometimes you're in a heavily vegetated area that may require at some point in the future maintenance from the city, and I just wanted to point that out. It's, as an unsignalized intersection, the site distance obviously is an important safety element. So thank you, Mr. Thorne.
Sure.
So I know I have some other questions about non-traffic issues, but are there any other traffic-related questions that we want to address the traffic engineer first? We're good for now.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
So I had a couple of questions, and then I'll open it up to the other board members. The first thing I was wondering if you could speak to sidewalk construction and specifically off-site, so accessing the site, going back to the issue and understanding that we may anticipate that there's not a lot of walkers. I'm assuming that, like the other current middle schools, there will be, a walking radius, where there's a certain percentage of the students who attend who wouldn't have bus access. So I'm wondering if you could just, talk about
Absolutely.
sidewalks
And-
approaching
and-
the site.
And that was ultimately one of the things that I was going to address. I believe that you had asked, how many students potentially could be walking to the site, and I believe the study at this moment is that there would be roughly 55 students living within a mile radius of the school property. So those would be intended to be the walkers for the site. As far as pedestrian access into the site, we do provide a sidewalk along this city street here to come in, a crosswalk to get over, and then ultimately down to this secondary main access in. From the other end, those folks that are coming in from Ridge Road and in through Cherrywood, we do provide another sidewalk located here along this egress access area, a crosswalk here to get into the main access for the school here.
But, thank you, but for purposes of access to the site, so both those who would potentially be coming, I guess, from maybe the other side of Cherrywood, coming south on Buck Meadow, but then also those approaching Buck Meadow coming north from Ridge Road. On Buck Meadow, north of the site, there's an existing sidewalk that goes most of the way already.
Correct.
Out up to Main Dunstable, but then there's a section, is that being completed? And then there are other plans for sidewalks south of the site going to Ridge Road?
So to the north of the site, having that small connection would be part of this project. As far as a further connection from the south, I can speak to this, I think, but ultimately it was determined that those folks that are coming in from south of Ridge Road would ultimately, the path that would be more applicable to them would actually be entering in through Cherrywood and entering in through this secondary access site. So it was determined that the sidewalk on the southern portion of Buck Meadow would not be warranted.
Okay.
I hope that's answering your question.
Yeah, so just a follow-up on that. So, if you're at the intersection of Buck Meadow and Ridge, there are several neighborhoods to the west that would be traveling, and so, the most natural path for them would be go straight up Buck Meadow Road. I'm just wondering, did you do any measurements to determine, if they are using the sidewalks on Ridge to then access Cherrywood and come in through the back entrance, what is the difference in terms of distance if someone's walking versus going straight up Buck Meadow?
I don't think we have exact measurements on the distance going up Buck Meadow, then up the access drive, and then over to the school, but it is, I lost my computer, it is shorter to go across Ridge Road and then up Cherrywood. In addition to being shorter, it actually is less steep. The access drive has a pretty significant increase, it's a 10% slope up there, and it'd be easier for students to go across Ridge Road, up Cherrywood, and then go up to the school site that direction. If you're going up Buck Meadow and then back up around, you're actually doing like a little extra distance because you're going to come back, then up the hill, and then back to the school. So it gains a little distance coming from that southwestern.
Right. You're saying because of the access entrance you would gain as opposed to coming in through the back because it's shorter into the site.
Yeah, that's where you gain the distances going. You kind of go past the school, then have to come back if you were going up Buck Meadow.
Right.
So the more natural approach was to go down Ridge Road and then up Cherrywood.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I also had a question. I saw that in our packet, in terms of the materials we got in the last day or two, there was some correspondence with the city fire marshal, and there was the most recent correspondence seemed to be about the emergency access, but there were also some original comments that related to the water mains, and I hadn't seen whether those had been addressed. So I was wondering if you could just speak briefly to those issues.
Sure. So relative to the water main, that was a comment that we just received. We did send out a written response today stating that we would create the water loop around the school as well as provide for 6-inch laterals to the hydrant locations on the site.
And then I know, again, looks like this correspondence just occurred yesterday, but has there been any further discussion or consensus on what the access, there was, like, for example, there was a discussion of this remote, open gate, or the bollards that could be depressed and then they would come back up after so has there been any sort of consensus on what that's gonna look like?
Not currently. We responded with some solutions. Speaking of the fire marshal, he had a few suggestions. We did a little research and sent him some information to further review. A couple of those options would be an IR sensor. The district the fire marshal does not, or the fire department does not want to see those. That was something they've had issues with in the past. Another option was to do a siren-operated sensor. That's something that he is looking into, the fire marshal is looking into to see, he wants to find out some more information, so we're helping him find some additional information. And ultimately, we're willing to work with him and come up with a solution that works for the fire department in general.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Mr. Ballinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I do feel compelled to ask, just on the general status, if we could have an update on negotiations between the purchase and sale of the Gagnons and the city of Nashua. I know that's been underway for some time, but if there is any status update on that, I think the board would like to hear that. So thank you, Mr. Varley.
Yes, after the site plan is approved here by the planning board, the closing will happen within 3 days. They were just waiting for this so that they can have all their ducks in a row. Attorney Leonard has that. We have a purchase and sale in place. Everything's ready to go. All the documents have been signed. The closing would be within 3 days of when you do final approval.
Thank you. Mr. Ballinger?
Mr. Brown, I guess just a point of clarification, again, I'm not a real estate expert. Is that the right order, I guess, of operations?
Yes.
Where, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, you would sign a purchase and sale, it's gonna have conditions to the closing. And so our approval will be a condition to the closing.
Okay, because I didn't know if the board could further stipulate, because that seems like an important condition. Could we stipulate, it almost seems like acquiring the parcel in fee couldn't be a stipulation if the purchase and sale has to follow the approval, you know what I mean?
Right,
It's like a chicken and an egg thing.
Well, but so the way it functions is you sign the purchase and sale, you have a binding contractual obligations, but it's subject to a condition precedent. And one of those is this approval. So it's not as if, the seller could, if we approve it, it's not like they could say, oh, no, we changed our mind, we don't want to sell the property. Right, they have a binding agreement, but it's subject to, whatever the conditions are, and I don't know if there might be some other standard conditions, but this would be one of them. There's a downside, it sounds like the closing is scheduled to occur very quickly after our approval, so.
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I just wanted to make sure I understood the mechanics of that properly, so thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions from the board? Does staff have anything to add at this point? No. Okay. All right. At this stage, then, I would open the floor up to members of the public who have questions, comments, concerns about the plan. For those of you who are physically in the room here, I would ask that you approach the podium and provide your name and address for the record. For those of you who are on Zoom and wish to speak, if you could just identify yourself with a hand or just saying hello, and then same thing, if you could identify name and address for the record, that would be great.
Mr. Chair, I do believe Katz was one of the individuals interested in speaking.
I'm here.
Great, so again, if you could just give us your name and address for the record, and then go ahead and provide your feedback.
I'm Kathy Peterson, and I live in Westgate Crossing. and I've lived off Main Dunstable for 38 years, and I have some pretty good concerns traffic-wise. Westgate Crossing is a mile-long road between West Hollis Street and Main Dunstable. A lot of people have learned it's a cut-through, and they try to avoid Nashville High School, and they cut through here, then they take a left on Main Dunstable to go down to Dunkin' Donuts or wherever they're going, to the highway to exit 4. I feel like nobody's going to be able to get out of Westgate Crossing anymore to take a left with all the people heading westward to school. So that's my first concern. Also, Main Dunstable Road is a really narrow road. The mailboxes are constantly hit. There's no sidewalk beyond Connaught Road Firehouse. And the last thing is the traffic light at Main Dunstable Road and Northeastern Boulevard was changed to just a blinking yellow a couple of years ago, and there are an awful lot of accidents. People heading toward the city think they're okay because they're a green light, but people cut right in front of them to go onto Northeastern Boulevard because they have a blinking yellow. They don't have a blinking red, they have yellow. So people collide. So I think that intersection should be fixed with a whole bunch of new kids coming to this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who would like to provide comments, have questions?
Hi, my name is Jay from 93 Cherry Road. The question I have is, if I look at the sign map, I saw there's a solid line under the sports fields. Are those fence? Are you going to put a fence around that?
Sorry, and I'll direct your question to the applicant, but could you repeat, you said a fence around where?
The sports fields. I saw there's a solid line underneath the sports field. If you can go to the map. So the general question is, are you going to put a fence between the sports field and the residential houses?
Got it, okay, yes, we can confirm that with the applicant.
Yeah, if you go to the second page, I think the second page. Go to the second page, yeah. Second, yeah, so here you can see the solid line around the baseball fields, right? No, under, a little bit under. Can you move your mouse under? See, yeah, that one.
Right, so, yeah, again, we'll confirm that with the applicant. We just want to take all of the public testimony first, and then we'll have them address that.
Okay.
Did you have any other questions, comments?
I do.
Sorry, who was that?
Oh, Kat. I just want to point out Michael McDonough wrote to you.
Sorry, hold on. Is this Kathy Peterson again?
It is, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Kathy,
Michael?
I'm here. I can chime in on this one.
Oh, okay, all right. Your background audio, good.
Thank you. Michael McDonough, 2 Johnville Drive in Nashua. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want.
Sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to pause. We're having really a lot of trouble with your audio. Can't really understand what you're saying.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
No, it's pretty garbled.
Okay, it's in the chat, so if somebody can read that, that would be good.
It's in the chat, what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
He typed it up.
Board members, I'll share the chat section with you. This is from Mr. McDonough. I did commit to sharing this, and then I shut off the chat as it was getting a bit unmanageable. But I'll quickly read this. Good evening. I cannot do the audio on Zoom. Please mark this public comment for the record. My name is Michael McDonough. You see the address here of Nashua. The school drop-off and pickup and traffic management plan indicates that students can walk to the school via the emergency access road on Cherrywood near Medallion. How will we ensure that this does not result in that point becoming a drop-off for students whose parents drive them? There are many kids in that area, and it is a narrow one-lane road. If that becomes a spot where parents drop off their children. That will not only clog the neighborhood and void anything in the traffic study related to any study of the points on Cherrywood, but it will pose grave dangers for the children who live nearby. I would like to know how vehicle drop-offs will be prohibited at that spot. That needs to be addressed now before moving forward. Also, the presentation does not account by any means for the fact that the sidewalk on Buck Meadow frequently floods at the point it crosses Cold Brook northwest of the school driveway. How will that be addressed? You would think that would be part of the assessment given the proximity to the school. I would just note for the record that Medallion Drive is in fact a two-way road. It is not a one-lane road, for the record. Okay, are there others on Zoom wishing to speak on the case? Mr. Chair, I do not see any others with their hands raised or.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, could you just give us your name and address for the record, please?
Sorry, I was on mute. This is Kristen Ford. I live at 101 Cherrywood Drive. I'm in a butter. My property is directly behind one of these baseball fields. And I want to echo what Mike McDonough just said in his chat comment. We had this conversation early on with Alderman Dowd. It's probably in one of the recordings for the JSSBC meetings, where, you know, he had assured us that that access road was not going to be accessible to vehicles except emergency vehicles. I do understand in the plan that there's a sidewalk going up there where that could be very convenient for the children of the neighborhood to get to the school, my daughter included when she gets to that age. You know, but there is concern about you know, vehicles just coming up Medallion, you know, especially for those abutters on Medallion. And then even, you know, in that traffic circle, it's narrow. It's one lane around the traffic circle. You know, and people coming in to drop off their kids, you know, what would prevent them from doing that? So that is a major concern. I know I speak on behalf of other neighbors in that situation, because traffic was the biggest concern that we all had in the first place. And then when we heard that the main access road was going to be off Buck Meadow, that did, you know, alleviate a lot of the, you know, anxiety and, you know, worries about having the school in our neighborhood. So, you know, kind of putting that back on the table where people could be dropping off their children and causing traffic issues and safety issues for our children, like, that's not okay. That needs to be addressed. And then secondarily, I know Jay was asking about a fence. As in a butter to where the athletic fields are, I would absolutely love to see that, if that could be put into the plan, if it's not already in there. And then one other thing, I know there's a maintenance building noted here in the blue. And I know, you know, it wasn't really clear what that was meant for, but I'd like to also ask about lighting in the fields, because we were told by, you know, the team that there would not be any sort of like lighting that would cause any light pollution for us as abutters. Those are my main concerns. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, others on Zoom wishing to speak on the plan?
Yes. Hey, this is Prasad Tiruvedi from 6 Medallion Court. I want to echo same as what Kristen mentioned. And I'm also concerned, like, you know, Bridge Road becomes very worst and slippery in winter times. You can't even take a turn when it is, you know, icy road. And now I see the maps and plan says, you know, there are walk paths to the school. I don't know how that is going to help, you know, it is going to be safe for the kids walking in the winter. And also, like, you know, the emergency door, you know, when we attended earlier, we were, you know, told that it is going to be a locked gate. It is only for emergency. It's not being used, you know, to drop off anything. I mean, the parents not dropping on the Medallion Court. And Medallion Court is also a private road. So, yeah, I'm concerned, like, you know, some of those that we mentioned earlier, it's not clearly addressed or not, noted here in the plan that was demoed earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Others on Zoom wishing to speak to the plan? Okay, I'm not hearing one, we're not seeing anyone. Yeah, so if there's folks in the audience, if you want to just come up to the podium, and please also just name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Jay Parikh. I live on 68 Cherrywood Drive. I would like to echo the concern that Prasad had. It was mentioned multiple times that kids coming from further up on Ridge Road, it would be better for them to walk to Cherrywood and then go inside. I haven't had a winter day when I try to come up to Ridge Road intersection and my car does not slide. That intersection is always icy. What is the city going to do to make sure that the kids don't slip and slide and fall down? The other question is, will the city be taking over clearing the sidewalks? Because not all neighbors in our neighborhood clear their driveways, especially the people who get their driveways plowed. Their walkways right around their houses are always blocked off with snow and ice. I've seen the city clearing sidewalks along Ridge Road going up Lamb Road. Will that be included for the neighborhood when the school starts?
Thank you. Yep, please come forward. Again, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Sachin Patel. I'm from 69 Cherrywood Drive. So I think for the traffic view, when you mentioned there, is there going to be walkway on the South Buck Meadow? Okay, because I don't think so. It logistically go better that people living on the next to the Wien Street, those all kids coming on the Ridge Road walkway, then going to Cherrywood, and then go the like emergency pathway. It makes sense. They should rather coming back Ridge Road, go Buck Meadow straight, and do. Otherwise, as everybody raised the voice, is going to happen because you cannot stop many parents when they comes to the kids. They are going to drop the kids either in Cherrywood Drive in the middle of the road, so they to drive less. So those people are going to also. So right now, if you're doing this thing, then only the people living in the Maplewood area, they will use that, the emergency drive walkway, and the other kids. So having the walkway on the South Buck Meadow, it will make sense. It should be there.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else seated here in the audience or anyone on Zoom with any further comments on the plan? I'm not seeing, do we have anybody with their hand raised on Zoom? See anyone?
No.
Okay. In that case, I would ask the applicant to come, speak to those issues that have been raised. I'll just, I think, in summary, we heard some concerns about traffic and specifically the capacity on Main Dunstable Road. Obviously, you heard a lot of comments about the emergency access and whether that could be used as a drop-off point by parents, fencing around the fields, as well as, I'll say lighting on the fields, but I guess lighting on the site generally. And then a couple comments about the sidewalk access going south on Buck Meadow towards Ridge Road.
So I'll try and tackle each of those as we move forward.
Oh, sorry, can you just give your name and address for the record again, just because otherwise they're not
Sure.
going to get it in the minutes.
Sam Forg, civil engineer with Harriman.
Thank you.
So we do have fences located around the basketball court as well as connected to the corner of the basketball court and around. At this point, around here, the ball fields are set at a lower elevation than existing, so it almost acts as a natural barrier around the entire athletic field area. Relative to athletic field lighting, there is none proposed. There is some site lighting, obviously, for the parking lots that are going to be on sensors, but again, will not be illuminated throughout the night. And relative to the emergency egress, I understand the concerns of potential pickup and drop-off in this location. I will say that we do have posted signage proposed in this location with fines that will be administered to those that ultimately do this. I believe that there would be police presence and folks there to, prohibit those from doing so. I do also want to clarify that this is just an emergency egress. It is not for general traffic or anything. That's part of the discussions that we're having with Fire Marshal Pouliot on what on what sort of gate or mechanism we want in there to not have any general traffic access into the site from this location. I don't know if you have any comments on the main Dunstable.
There were a couple other things, so I'll just make sure we cover everything. There was a question about, the sidewalk access on Ridge and then going into Cherrywood up to site. As the one gentleman was saying, that's, those sidewalks aren't necessarily cleared currently by the residents. So would that become a city obligation, I'm assuming, for the walkers to ensure that those sidewalks are cleared?
Yes, again, Alderman Dow and 8 Scott Park. Just a couple things. One, once we have a school in the area, we do require that the sidewalks be plowed. We do that all over the city. It's part of safe routes to school, so that will be addressed. The other thing is that we have unique traffic or parent issues at all schools, and this would be no different. We will have, the school department will tell the parents, do not drop off children at that entrance. If you're going to drive them to school, come around and come up onto the property. We will have signage. We will have, we won't have a policeman there all the time. We don't have enough police officers right now. But we will have periodic police officers there to ensure, especially at the beginning of the school, to make sure that that's enforced. As far as the gate's concerned, we're going to do work with the fire department and whatever is acceptable to them that protects the road from any normal cars going up or anybody else. We will do whatever they require. We have continually worked with all of the city departments and divisions to ensure that we're complying with everything they need, especially Department of Public Works. And I think that we've addressed all of their concerns, and certainly we will continue to do that. The other thing is that we have taken on the Conservation Commission as a partner. They are going to work with us as far as plantings and things, and working around the one wetland issue that they had, and they passed the exception unanimously, and then it went to the zoning board, and they passed unanimously. So we've been working with everybody in the city to make sure that we're meeting all the requirements of all the divisions, and we will continue to do that. And we will also work with the neighbors to ensure safety. All the lighting, by the way, on the property is all the downward lighting only. That's a city priority, and we will do that even on the access road. So I think we've addressed most of the questions. If not, I'll turn it over to the professionals.
Scott Thornton with Vanessa and Associates, just a couple things. As it relates to Main Dunstable, there's shoulders on both sides of the road. There's 11 to 12-foot travel lanes. So, and the traffic volumes that we observed are not what I would call approaching capacity levels. So, you know, when traffic is moving at a high rate of speed, it seems like there's a lot of congestion. Vehicles might be moving closer to each other. But again, the studies and the volumes that we collected don't indicate that there's any type of capacity issue there. We did also get crash data from the Nashville Police Department, and the intersection of Main Dunstable Road with Buck Meadow and Gilson Road had something like 3 crashes in the past 3 years. So not a high crash location. And then in terms of the drop-off activity, as was mentioned, the area on Cherrybrook will be, or Cherrywood will be posted and monitored. And also the key to making sure that the drop-off activity and the pickup activity occurs smoothly is making sure and continually monitoring the activities on site to make sure that the traffic can be, you know, vehicles can come in and drop off in a smooth and efficient manner, and we don't have a long queues of cars where people are getting impatient and looking for other alternative locations to drop off. So I think that monitoring is going to be something that's going to be key, particularly in the first few months after the site opens. But you know, we can work with the city to develop that type of plan moving forward.
Great, thank you. And just for the sake of completeness, one of the commenters raised a question about the intersection of Main Dunstable and Northeastern Boulevard, which is a couple miles from the site. I'm assuming that's either outside the scope of the study, or we wouldn't anticipate that it would be impacted.
No, I mean, so it is outside of the study area that we looked at, and I can't explain the changes in the traffic signal indication, but again, it's, you know, that area has a heavy commuter presence and a heavy commuter traffic volume, and those areas, that whole stretch has a lot of traffic volume associated with it. So we wouldn't expect that people would notice much change at that location due to the school in this area.
Thank you.
Sure.
So there was one other question. One of the commenters asked, indicated that he had observed flooding on the sidewalk on Buck Meadow Road, approaching where the school would be from the north. I'm just wondering if that's anything that had been observed in your analysis, and whether there's any proposals in terms of improved drainage or anything in terms of that area.
Sure. Sam Ford, again with Harriman. That was not evaluated as part of this project. It's a little located off-site from our design area. That being said, if there is consistent issues in that location, it's something that we, you know, can work with the city to evaluate and ultimately remedy. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Meehan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have missed this, but one of the comments was about the sidewalk south, the entrance on Buck Meadow Road. Is that something that was looked at, or is that?
I think we talked about the proposals that there would be no sidewalk south on Buck Meadow Road going towards Ridge. Instead, it would be anticipated that those students who are walking would walk along the sidewalk that exists on Ridge Road east of Buck Meadow and then go through Cherrywood.
Okay.
And you correct me if I'm misstating this, but I think the argument is that it's actually a better approach for walking because it's then a shorter, once you get into Cherrywood, it's a shorter, because of where the school is situated on the site. It's the rear of the site as opposed to walking up and coming in. It's also a much more gradual grade as you're going into the school. So,
That's correct, Mr. Vice Chair.
And if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm just trying to confirm, on the plan, there is a sidewalk on that emergency access road leading from Cherrywood up to the school.
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Hirsch? Mr. Ballinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. Is anyone able to comment, I guess, on the adequacy of the existing sidewalk between Buck Meadow and Main Dunstable Road? In other words, is it ADA compliant? Just from a safety perspective, if the street view is correct, there doesn't appear to be any grade separation there, i.e. there's no curb, it's basically a public travelway, a tiny strip of grass, and then it looks like a very narrow sidewalk. Has there been any consideration for whether or not that is sufficient sidewalk per modern standards?
It's a great question.
Sorry.
Sorry, Scott Thorne with Vanessa Associates. It's a great question, and I don't believe that, well, we have not evaluated it for ADA compliance.
I appreciate that. I just, if it were new, and especially if you're accommodating school traffic, that might be something that at least needs to be looked at, and I'm not sure if that would be Public Works or Fire, but just a quick look, and I could be mistaken, it doesn't appear to be up to any sort of standard.
It's essentially a paved path.
That's what I mean, and I guess my point being, whether others agree or not, if that is going to be, a regular route of travel for minors, that there perhaps should be some evaluation to at least determine whether or not it meets minimally acceptable standards for pedestrian travel.
And I'm wondering if maybe Alderman Dowd could speak to that.
You're referring, Alderman Dowd, you're referring to the sidewalk on Buck Meadow from Main Dunstable. Okay, that, I'm assuming at this point in time has been taken over responsibility by the city. And I've been working with DPW for the changes at the intersection of Main Dunstable and Buck Meadow, and perhaps we could include the sidewalk. They're going to figure out how much that costs, and I told them I would put in the legislation to get the funding for DPW, because I think it's city street, and it's more in their responsibility and to design and implement that than school project. I think Engineer Hudson can concur.
And sorry, Alderman Dowd, just before you go.
Sure.
I had asked earlier about a question about the intersection of Buck Meadow and Main Dunstable and Gilson. And again, the sort of the left turn going west on Main Dunstable there. It appears that there's, and I know it wasn't within the site study in terms of the site distances, but it appears that there's some overgrowth there that limits site distances. I'm just wondering, given the the increase in traffic that would result from the school project, is there an expectation that will become more of a focus in terms of maintenance?
We've had this issue in other parts of the city as far as schools, particularly on Lake Street. And there's two things. If it's in the city's right of way, we can cut it, and we will. And if it's on personal property and it's blocking sight lines to the road, the city can force them to cut it. Okay?
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? Did staff have anything to add?
I have nothing to add, Mr. Vice Chair. I would just, there is one individual that has raised their hand. Obviously, the public hearing has been closed by the board. I just want to make it clear that someone has raised their hand for public comment, recognizing it's been closed. But subject to that, we have no additional comments at this time.
Okay, actually, we haven't technically closed the public hearing. Is it someone who hadn't spoken before? Can we
It
tell?
is, it is.
Okay, well, given that, I would, and since we haven't technically closed the public hearing, I would, allow the testimony from that individual. So, if there is one more individual who would like to speak, if you'd want to just come off mute and identify yourself, name and address for the record, we'd be happy to take your comments at this time.
And for clarification, that is Mayan K. Looks like you're unmuted. You're welcome to speak.
Sorry, I don't know if you're speaking, but we're not hearing anything.
Hello, can you hear now?
If you could maybe increase your volume a little bit?
Okay, sure. Okay, I do not have any comments, but just wanted to ask you a general question. What is the anticipated start date and end date? for the
Sorry,
project?
we're not able to hear you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Arun, laptop पे doesn't have.
Yeah, I don't know if you're using some other sort of device other than the computer microphone, but we're not hearing you at all.
Hi, can you hear us? Can you hear us now?
No, we can hear you, but the audio is not good.
Okay, all we want to ask for, let's try this. When's the groundbreaking ceremony project?
Can anyone else understand? Sorry, we can't understand you at all. Maybe, given that you're having a difficulty with the audio, if you maybe want to type your comments into the comment window.
Sure. Oh, here it is. Okay.
There is a phone number, right? People can call in if,
Yeah, I'm
if
typing.
they're having Zoom audio problems, can't they
Yes.
call into a phone number, which might be easier?
Yes.
Those at home can hear her.
You can see the comment, when is the estimated groundbreaking ceremony and the completion date of the project?
Okay. Thank you. So maybe you could, the applicant could speak briefly to that. And again, just name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Jamie Willett with Harriman Architects Engineers. Assuming the project is approved, the anticipated groundbreaking would be ideally would be some site work this fall, but the building would be intended to start foundations in the springtime. And then the opening of school would be anticipated to be September of 2024, again, assuming that the project is permitted.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board before we do close the public hearing? No? Great. Thank you all. I am going to close the public hearing now, and the board will move into its deliberations. And so that will end the public comment period. Okay, so, we do have, again, just a reminder that we have two different application items. We have a conditional use permit as well as the site plan. I will say, obviously, I had a number of questions and items that I thought needed to be addressed based on the discussion we've had this evening and the feedback we've received from the applicant. I generally feel that my questions, concerns were addressed. In particular, I had the same concern that several of the abutters had expressed originally about the sidewalk access going south on Buck Meadow Road. But actually, the explanation that the applicant provided there did make a fair bit of sense to me. Additionally, I think while obviously this is going to result, in some increase in traffic, as with any school, there's the windows for that traffic are fairly narrow, and I appreciate the improvements that are proposed here to try to address some of those concerns. So, like I said, I feel pretty comfortable given the discussion tonight, but I'd love to hear from other members of the board in terms of what your thinking is and where we think we want to go with this evening. Mr. Meehan?
If I may ask just a question, Mr. Chairman, thank you. When we voted to adopt it because it's within our scope, does that include those sidewalks that are running from the project out to Main Dunstable Road? Is that something that is within our scope, or is that something that is outside of it and we can allow the city to deal with that and we just move on?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say what is within our scope is what's proposed in the plan. And I think in terms of off-site, and Matt, I think the only off-site improvement regarding sidewalks is there's a small connection between what Mr. Bollinger was describing there with the existing sidewalk on Buck Meadow Road that goes north from the site. There's a small connection that needs to be made between the site and where that sidewalk currently ends. And I think that's the only off-site.
There are pedestrian improvements being made in the form of two RFBs and a crosswalk as well. So those off-site improvements are included with the proposed plan.
Included the plan. But then
Correct.
the sidewalk is only there's that small
That is
section.
correct.
Yeah. So, and yes, thank you, Matt. So there's the other, the pedestrian crosswalks, the flashing signals, that would be included in the plan as well. Mr. Bollinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. It would be helpful to have a final determination from the fire marshal. More often than not, I think we've dealt with situations where the fire marshal, we have a firm concurrence, given the public safety element involved, particularly with a school, that would have been helpful to have, in my opinion. The other general question that I have, there's 19 proposed stipulations, including, I think, 6 waivers, which we didn't address directly. But I guess what I'm trying to understand, and perhaps staff could chime in, are there any outstanding engineering comments that have not been dealt with? And if those have been received and I missed them, my apologies for the oversight, but I'm just trying to understand where it stands in terms of review from other city departments.
So in your folder this evening, there are engineering comments dated October 4th from Joe Mendola. We did get the memo also from Wayne Husband. That is also in your folder. And then just the fire comments, those are the only 3 that are outstanding.
Yeah, and Mr. Bollinger, I think to address your point generally, and then specifically on the fire marshal's comments, because I had a similar concern about the status of some of those comments. I understood from the testimony from the applicant that the issues that have been raised by the fire marshal with respect to the water mains, that the applicant has agreed to those, and agreed to address those consistent with the comments from the fire marshal. And it does sound like in terms of the emergency access, it wasn't my understanding that there was a question of, sort of a threshold question or a fundamental question about the structure of that access. It was really just what is the sort of the form of the mechanism that would prevent access, and it sounds like, you know, there's an ongoing discussion about that, but, you know, that would seem like that's an appropriate, you know, condition to the plan in terms of requiring the applicant to address that to the satisfaction of the fire marshal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no doubt that a solution can be attained. My comment, I guess, was more with respect to a lot of the public commentary this evening. There seemed to be a lot of discussion with regard to perhaps misuse of that access point, and basically it being utilized not for its intended purpose. So I understand that concern, and I'm trying to weigh that against the fact that I have full faith in the fire department and you know, the resources available to them. I just think it could have helped dispel perhaps some of the concern this evening had there been a more formalized solution presented this evening. So, thank you, Mr. Varley.
Thank you, Mr. Ballinger. Mr. Peterson? Oh.
I'd like to comment that a member of the public mentioned where Cherrywood Drive meets up with Ridge Road. It's steep and quite often very slippery in the winter. I would think if that is brought to the attention of the road department or the DPW, they can make sure that that slipperiness goes away during, you know, inclement conditions.
Yeah, and I would just comment, because I'm pretty familiar with that intersection, it is that where Ridge and Cherrywood meet is not itself, it's actually coming from Ridge in the west. It's like there's a hill going down. So I think that's where it would be, is, you know, the sidewalk there. Mr. Hudson?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to kind of summarize a few things. So, as Linda mentioned, Wayne Husband did submit a memo regarding the traffic, kind of summarized what was proposed, and some other observations, but generally, the study is, you know, prepared, standard methodologies, we find it reasonable. The intersection of Buck Meadow and Main Dunstable, there are some existing issues there that were noted about site distance and capacity, which, you know, are going to be exacerbated a little bit by this project, but as was noted, and we agree, these school areas tend to have a short period of time where you get the congestion, and then the rest of the time you don't have it. DPW engineering and admin building is on Riverside, and every day high school lets out and traffic backs up past our driveway for, you know, 5 minutes or so, and then it clears out and it's done. So something that we're very familiar with. The improvements that were contemplated as part of the study are improvements that would be helpful all hours of the day, of course. So there are things that we agree that should be pursued, but as was described, those are not presently proposed as part of the project. The sidewalk along Buck Meadow, or path, or whatever you want to call it, presumably that was built to the standards at that time. Testimony was to the effect that it's doubtful that hardly anybody will walk from there up to the school because of the grade change, and that sort of thing. I mean, I assume some will, but that's something that we can look at and see if there's any opportunity to address. City has lots of sidewalks that are, you know, don't meet current standards. It's something that we continuously work towards. This year, as part of our paving program, we're, you know, replacing over 200 ADA ramps, which is a big improvement. But we still have plenty of sidewalks that need improvement in the city, and it always comes down to finding the appropriate resources to do those things. As far as Joe Mendola's comments, it's a long list here, but it's, as typical, there's a lot of detailed things. I don't think there's any deal killers in here. We did meet a number of times with the design team and talked through some various iterations, and they've accommodated in general what we wanted to see in terms of configuration of the site driveway. There's a few details to work out, but as was noted, the school's not going to be in operation for a couple of years, so we have plenty of time to work through those details. So having said all that, I think with all that, I'm comfortable with a conditional approval that includes addressing engineering's comments.
And just, Mr. Hudson, just to follow up on one of the items you raised, the recommended improvement by Van Ness at the intersection of Buck Meadow and Main Dunstable in terms of adding the right turn lane there. I know that's not explicitly proposed in the project right now. Is there a plan, with DPW in terms of what the thinking is on if that would be completed and what the timetable would be?
Yeah, no hard and fast plan, although I will say we had received concerns and requests for improved sidewalk, crosswalk addition across across the Main Dunstable, I'm sorry, at that location. That's been a recurring request we've had. So that's something we were already looking at before this came along. We understanding that this project will probably fall to us to move forward. We have a surveyor in-house, so we already started doing survey and that sort of thing, try to move that forward. There's a number of considerations. Consideration for left turn from Main Dunstable, if that was something that was put in, that would lengthen the pedestrian crossing. I have some concern with an added lane there. You might have somebody waiting to turn left, somebody goes across the street, and then, there could be a jeopardy by somebody trying to bypass those left turners. So we're not sure that widening Main Dunstable would be a great thing for pedestrian safety if that crosswalk's added, unless there was some kind of an island or something included in the road for pedestrian refuge. There are options. I think the option for Buck Meadow that was recommended was removing that island, and you could pretty much add that right turn lane within existing paving width. I believe there is right-of-way there, so we may be able to keep that island and do some minor road widening to add a lane and not remove that. There has been a recurring issue of vegetation looking left from Buck Meadow on Main Dunstable. That property is city property. We have in the past gone out, cleared. I think there's remnants of a wall or at least some stones in a line there. So it's something that we can look at. I don't know if it's appropriate to reset that, clear that, to improve the condition. So yeah, and Wayne's memo goes further. There's two crosswalks on Main Dunstable to the north of Buck Meadow, between Buck Meadow and Conant, and there's soccer fields there. So even though those crossings are very far afield from this school, those also are locations where we've received concerns and are looking at trying to make some improvements. So it's all on our radar. None of it's lost on us. I did take notes about the icing and the drainage issue, and I encourage people, if there are any issues like that, please report them to Public Works. You don't have to wait for something to come along to bring them up. And we will do what we can to address them at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from board members? Discussion items? Mr. Ballinger?
Yes, Mr. Varley, I would just like to thank Mr. Hudson for his comments and for providing clarification on certain technical matters with respect to safety and operations. So thank you.
So, I guess I would, I'm not hearing any objections, doesn't sound like, in terms of moving forward this evening. So if I'm reading that correctly, I guess I would ask whether at this point, does anyone who'd be willing to make a motion? And again, the first item that would be up for motion would be new business A210186, which is the conditional use permit. Mr. Ballinger?
Mr. Barley, I would make a motion with respect to A21-0186. I'd like to make a motion to approve new business project A21-0186, finding that it does meet the requirements outlined in Site Plan NRO Section 190-133F with no stipulations.
So the motion by Mr. Ballinger is to approve project A21-0186 conditional use permit, and there are no stipulations. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Mr. Bean? Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that motion passes. So then, next, we would have the new business A21-0185, the site plan. Is there anyone willing to make a motion as to that plan? I'll give you a moment.
Perhaps, I just want to make sure we understand it, so thank you, Mr. Barley.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Barley?
Mr. Ballinger?
If I may?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve new business, project A21-0185, applicant City of Nashua, finding that it does meet the requirements outlined in NRO 190-146D, subject to the following conditions. Condition 1, waiver request of 190-279 shall read is granted and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Condition 2, also a waiver request of section 190-209A1 shall read is granted, will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulation number 3, a request of waiver of section 190-184D1 shall read is granted and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Condition 4, waiver request of section 190-279EE shall read is granted and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulation number 5, a request of section 190-198 shall read is granted and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent. Stipulation number 6, a request for waiver of section 190-172 shall read is granted and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Conditions 7 through 19 as stipulated in the staff report.
So we have a motion by Mr. Ballinger to approve new business A21-0185 site plan with the 19 stipulations as indicated in the motion. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Barley?
Mr. Ballinger?
May I suggest a brief recess, if that's permissible?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we will take a 5-minute recess before the board takes up its next agenda item. Thank you. All right, we have returned from recess, and so we're going to proceed along on in the agenda. So next up, we have new business subdivision plans, and we have case A21-0177, Jigna and Sachin Patel, owners, proposed subdivision amendment to move an existing utility easement. This property is located at 69 Cherrywood Drive, Sheet C, Lot 2755, so in R40 rural residence, and this is located in Ward 9. As the case A21-0177, is there someone who's willing to make a motion that case is complete and ready for the board to accept jurisdiction? Mr. Bollinger.
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I'd like to make a motion to accept jurisdiction over new business project A21-0177.
Motion by Mr. Bollinger is to accept jurisdiction for A21-0177. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Mr. Hirsch. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that motion passes. So if there's someone here, the applicant, to speak to this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. For the record, my name is Greg Jeffrey from Jeffrey Land Survey. Tonight, for your consideration, we're discussing a proposed drainage easement relocation on City Lot C-2755 at number 69 Cherrywood Drive, Nashua. The intent and plan of the purpose is to relocate the drainage easement that is currently on this lot to more accurately reflect the swale or the drain line that goes through the property. And that is basically it. It'll make it so that it'll make it so that the water is actually draining in the easement, whereas right now it is not. It's as simple as that, and having said that, I'll entertain any questions.
So I have a couple questions.
Sure.
So, are there any, you mentioned that the idea is to sort of reroute the drainage. Are there existing drainage improvements in the current easement? So is there a swale that exists that's intended to handle drainage?
It's just the location of the easement. You said relocate the drainage. It's relocate the drainage easement. I just wanted to make that point.
No, understand that.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is, given that where the existing drainage easement is, are there existing improvements within the current easement that were intended to address the
Yes,
drainage?
as you can see on the plan, there's a gazebo, and between the gazebo and the house, there's an existing deck and a brick patio.
Okay, and so I understand that partly this is, you mentioned the sort of flow of the drainage, but it seems like partly this is to address the fact that there are improvements that are constructed within the easement, right? Where
Exactly.
this would move the easement so that there would no longer be structures within the
Correct. That's
easement.
exactly true, yeah.
But again, just to understand, so are there, let me guess, ask it a different way. With the relocation of the easement, are there any improvements from a drainage perspective that are proposed along with the relocation of the easement?
There's no proposed drainage improvements. The swale system that has been in place since this subdivision has been constructed, it's a swale system. There are no, let's say, manholes, drain pipes, or anything like that anywhere on that easement.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Mr. Hirsch?
Does the easement continue into the abutting property C2756, I guess that is?
I'm sorry?
Or is it just stopped dead at the end of the lot line?
It stops at, excuse me, it stops at Chokeberry Lane, which is, it would be off the plan.
So how will it won't connect now?
No, there is an existing easement that goes from Chokeberry
Yeah.
all the way south down, and it stops at the southern border of my client's property. That is the length of the easement. But we're only proposing, because we only have the ability to change the location of the easement on my client's property. I can't, just go onto someone else's property and change it.
I'm trying to get an understanding of what's involved, but basically, it'll, so the easement basically will stop at that property line?
Yes,
at that
exactly,
point.
yes.
Will there be any implications for the other, for the abutting properties?
We're not changing the easement on any other property. See, what we're doing is we want to relocate the drainage easement so that it more accurately reflects the location of the existing swell. Because the water doesn't drain on where the location of the easement is right now.
Mr. Meehan?
Is that because of the building that has occurred on the lot, or is that?
There has been some elevation change,
Yeah.
but according to my client, he said it's just the thickness of the pavers that were put down.
Yeah, maybe if I can follow up, and I think this
Yeah.
is both what Mr. Meehan and Mr. Hirsch are getting at. So,
Yep.
again, you mentioned that there's a drainage swale.
Yes.
So it runs from north of this property, So did the construction of the patio and the gazebo interfere with the operation of an existing drainage swale, I guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Sachin Patel from 69 Charwood Drive owner. We moved in this property in 2006. And since that day, the wet area is always remained what we are proposing the new relocation area, because easement start from my lot and goes into the downhill all the way up to the Chalkbury Lake. We put this patio and that in 2012. So nothing, so there is a flat land first after my house, which remains flat, then it goes uphill towards the end of the lot kind of thing. You can see there is between 71 and 69 Cherrywood Drive, there is a brick wall all the way. The 71 is almost 7 or 8 foot higher than my house. And there is if you see there is a brick wall. So, and after that, where our new easement we are showing, the brick wall ends. We never change any grade level or anything. We just put that patio in the flat area. And still this day, when we moved in 2006, the wet area was behind the patio line, which is we are proposing the new easement. Still that area is always remain wet. And that goes across the straight all the way to the, yeah. Because see when I moved in 69 Cherrywood Drive, there was no houses on Hydrangea Lane was developed. Hydrangea Lane is another lane. So there is a Chalkbury, Cherrywood, and Hydrangea Lane. So there were not many houses were developed. So as they're built, Hydrangea Lane is almost I think 30 or 40 feet above them. It's a hole that, as we were discussing in the school project, this whole area is on the hill area kind of thing. So and water is flowing in the natural way, going through the nature. So that's how is flowing since day one, where we are proposing the new easement. Yeah. So right now is like the easement is shown very close to my property, but actually the wet area remains on the back where we are proposing the new. So,
And then I guess, just, I'm sure you're both aware that there were comments that we received from a couple of your neighbors, I believe, with some concerns about the impact of the change in easement, some concerns about drainage on their own properties and how this would affect this. I understand, again, that the easement itself, moving the easement itself doesn't change it, anything, but I guess I just want to confirm again, so you're suggesting that this is, in your view, this isn't changing the way in which the drainage is being handled on the property?
No. It's just reflecting where the existing swale is now.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah.
In the notes, one of the proposed stipulations is a request to waive having a drainage letter or study. So there would be like no documentation to study the impact of your proposed change. Is that correct?
The intent is to relocate the position of the easement to reflect so that the water actually flows within a drainage easement. It's not to change in any way the flow, the direction, the amount, the retention. It's just to reflect the existing conditions of the easement, of the swale, where the drainage goes, yeah.
Thank you. I need clarification from the vice chair. I have some commentary, so is now just the time to ask questions, not really to put forth my observations?
Yeah, why don't we conclude with questions first, and then obviously when we go into, we'll take public testimony, and then we can go into public meeting and have a discussion at that time.
Thank you.
Mr. Meany, did you have another question?
No, sir. No, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Hudson?
Can you explain who the easement is to the benefit of? You're proposing to reconfigure an existing easement. Who is the benefit of the existing easement to?
It's a drainage easement. So it's certainly for the benefit of Mr. Patel. And but usually when we talk about an easement in a drainage sense, it's usually for a utility. It's usually, for the benefit of, just to get the water off there.
Yeah, is it fair to describe it more, I mean, it's almost like it's a limitation, it sounds like.
Right. I mean, there are certain types of easements, if, like access easements would certainly benefit, one party would have benefits over another party. But on this, it's an existing easement, and we would like to relocate it so that it reflects the existing conditions.
Mr. Mead?
I'm looking at Google Earth right now, just looking at the space.
Sure.
And it's hard for me to look at these photos and see that what you keep saying is the existing.
Oh,
You want it
do
to
you-
reflect the existing space.
Scott, would you mind putting up the contour?
I don't have the contour plan handy, sorry. So
I just saw it, though.
Yeah, Linda, you have the regular. Yeah, contour should be there, yeah.
I do. Yeah. Yeah, so can you see that? Can you see the 2-foot contours? They start, just so that we're clear, they start highest in the southwest, and as you go northeast, they go lower. So the water is actually draining north, okay, at this point. So if we look inside the proposed easement, there's a bearing of north 78, 46, 48. So the lowest point would be about where that 8 is, okay, in the 48. And then the swale goes down to where the 20-foot, where it says drainage easement, 20 foot, okay? Then it comes up, the swale would go up to where the S is in the south 78, 46, 48. And then you can see the, sort of the V's on lot number 67, where you connect those V's, and that's the way the water would run northward. So we're trying to encapsulate the thread inside the easement as it exists.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hudson?
Yeah. Are there any proposed, is there any proposed regrading as part of this proposal in addition to whatever regrading was done as part of the construction of the other features on the site?
At this time, no. But regrading, I don't think would be out of the question. If just not to smooth out the swale, like make it more regular, make it more like a straight line like this as opposed to like that. That's a little exaggeration, but.
Mr. Chair, can you describe the swale? I mean, you talk about a swale, but the topography makes it seem like it's pretty shallow, pretty broad. Is that a fair assessment?
So,
versus a well-defined smaller channel.
Exactly. I would describe a swale as a channel. In a best case scenario, it'd be at the bottom of a V. Okay. Sometimes, where it comes down, it's very steep. Sometimes it's 1 or 2%, but it's still a swale. So water wants to go to the lowest point, so it would always go to the lowest point, and then from there it would flow downward. So the drop from one side of the easement, one side of the easement to the other is about 4 feet, which is a decent drop.
Other questions from the board at this point? Okay. At this time, I would open up to comment from members of the public, questions, comments, concerns. If you're in the room, please come up to the podium and provide your name and address for the record. If you're on Zoom, please unmute, and then same thing, name and address for the record if you'd like to speak.
Yes. Can everybody hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay, great. One thing I would like to ask is...
Sorry. Again, name and address for the record, please.
Cherrywood Drive.
Sorry, we didn't get...
And I'm a party to that easement.
Sorry, we didn't get your name and address for the record.
I guess my internet connection is Bharat Rathi, 67 Cherrywood Drive.
Thank you.
Okay. My question is, are there any drains that have been put under the easement in 2019?
You're talking about the existing...
No, the new easement, where the easement will be placed. I mean, I had sent in my, objections, opposition to this whole thing. I'd included many photos, including the fact that in 2019, there was a complex, drainage system that was put in. And what I was asking was, underneath this easement, will there be a drainage pipe?
What?
Sorry, hold on, let's just, okay. We'll get all the public testimony first. So, we've got that question, and we'll present that to the applicant. Did you have anything else?
Well, I have a lot of other things.
Okay.
You want me to keep going?
Yep, we're all ears.
Oh, great, okay. 1 second, I'll have a, first, I wanted to say that the grading doesn't support the easement location. It is far too high up the hill. It needs to be further down. Water always flows perpendicular to the contour lines, and the water right now would be flowing right through. There is no swale there. The water would be flowing right through the easement. Okay, so that placement of the easement is incorrect. The second part is that the easement is angled towards my house. Okay, the only reason it's been angled this way is for a whole year I have refused to make any changes to the easement because it would affect my property. Now, if you angle that easement towards my house and it's coming from a much higher grade, water comes directly towards my house. And that's what's been happening with the drains that have been put in as well, which are closer to the shed. Okay, and last year, we've got a whole lot of seepage of water into my basement, which has never happened in the 15 years that I've been here. Okay, and I've had to work hard with the city engineering department, Joe Mendola, and others, okay, to figure out. I had to put my own swale in there because you're not allowed to change anything within the easement. You're not allowed to change the grade. You're not allowed to put a drain in. You're not allowed to do practically anything. I got a verbal okay from Joe Mendola to put a small swale in to stop the water from close to where the shed is to reaching to my, house. Okay. And I can share videos on this. I can share photos on this. Okay. And I got a whole lot of things to share.
So, Mr. Routing, I just want to clarify what the scope of our review is this evening, because I'm just a little bit concerned that we may get a bit off track here. So, we are looking purely at the question of the easement. So,
correct.
I understand you're talking about sort of directionally where the easement is located. We're not talking about, and the applicants testified that they are not proposing any changes to the physical drainage features. So the easement is just a legal.
Oh, but they've already changed. They've already.
Mr. Rothi, we're happy to address the question you proposed regarding the drains, but what I'm saying is it is not within the scope of the planning board this evening to address existing drainage issues on the site. What they are proposing is simply a relocation of a legal easement. They're not talking about physical changes to the drainage. So I understand, I just want to clarify that, because to the extent that that you are speaking to existing conditions on the site with respect to drainage, that's really beyond the scope and control of what the planning board is being asked to do this evening.
Correct. But one of the things, and I've spoken to Matt Sullivan, and I've spoken with the planning department, and their opinion is the grading must support the easement. Okay. The grading does not support this easement. Okay. All right. That water would not flow and angle down towards the house. Currently, it is more or less flowing near where the shed is, and so on. And the only reason it's doing that is because there's been a whole lot of construction, okay, and there's another fire pit that's right after the gazebo that's not shown on this plan. That what do you call, the current drainage is not occurring in the original easement. Okay, because of the construction, it has been pushed back about 20 feet or so. Otherwise, it would have been draining in the current easement. Okay.
Right, again, I mean, we understand that there's been improvements made within the existing easement. And again, that's, there's a limit, again, to what is it within the scope of the planning board's review and authority as to this issue. And again, we have a fairly limited task here this evening that relates to the relocation of the drainage easement.
Correct.
So understanding that there may be issues with existing conditions, including the buildings that were constructed within the existing easement.
All right, correct. And one thing I would like to point out is, I've talked to many people several people in the engineering department. One thing they've always stated is there is no drains allowed under an easement. But there would be a drain. If you move that easement there would be a drain underneath. And the question here for the engineering department is, what are they going to do about that drain? Are you going to remove the drain? Are you going to sanctify it? I mean, those things need to be answered.
So, yeah, we can get clarification from both the applicant and staff as to that issue.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Were there other individuals on Zoom who had questions, comments, concerns?
I'm sorry, this is Bharat Rathi, 67. Hello, this is Bharat Rathi, 67 Cherrywood Drive, again?
Yes, you had something to add?
Yes, sorry. The other two people who are party to this easement were not able to attend tonight. One of them is in India. He's flying back office work and wasn't able to stay late tonight.
Okay, yeah, sorry, we seem to be losing your connection here, so your audio is cutting out.
I'm sorry. The other two people who are party to this easement were not able to attend tonight.
Right.
One of them is in India, and the other one has office work and was not able to stay late tonight.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I think we did get comments from a couple of other neighbors, so that may have included those individuals. But if there's, I don't know, is there anyone else on the Zoom who would like to speak to this plan? I'm not seeing any. Is no one's hand raised? Okay. So then I would ask the applicant and then and staff as well, if you could comment on the conditions within the proposed area for the easement, and particularly whether there's existing drainage, understanding that there's not proposed new drainage improvements.
Right, there's no proposed, when you say drainage, do you mean a structure like a manhole, a concrete pipe?
Well, so Mr. Rothi referred very specifically to a drain. It sounded like he was saying something was constructed in the area that's being proposed for where the easement would be moved to, so.
Are you aware of any?
Sorry, if you could just name and address for the record again, please.
This is Sachin Patel from 69 Cherry Drive, owner. Mr. McPhee, can you please bring that site plan, please, if you don't mind? Yeah. So as I mentioned, since when we moved in 2006, the 67 Cherrywood Drive was occupied by one of the nice Cambodian family. I remember the father always used to plant the vegetable garden in the back of the lot, which is like shows next to the shed. Because that area, right now what we are proposing, that wet area always goes beyond, like on back of my lot, and also going along the parallel to the 67 Cherry Drive. Even on this day, when you go that, this my area, what we are proposing, the new easement area, that always remain wet, and on 67 Cherrywood, even the back of the lot, after the shed, it remains always wet. Not in the current easement, what is shown on the plan. So we are asking just to relocate the answer to your question, yeah. So as Mr. Bharatbhai Rathi suggested, said that like, because these, my kids, okay, we are small kids, okay, when they go in the backyard, their feet always got so much wet, they couldn't able to play and everything in that wet area. So we got that gravel kind of thing, and we got in the new proposal easement area, we got the pipe kind of thing. At that time, we talked to Mr. Rathi about that things, and he said, you can extend do in your lot kind of thing. I didn't know that kind of thing, okay? So if whatever city say, we can take out that, but that is existing right now in the what is current new proposed easement area, because that area always remains so much wet. And even after putting that kind of pipe, it still remains wet. Yeah.
So it's just to
So there is no other pipe inside the what is the current identified easement. There is no pipe or anything. It's just grade. It's like a slope, because we have the big hill coming, and from my house, so there is a here. So it's a slope. So it's like water is going natural flow, because water is coming from the hydrangea houses to my next neighbor house 71. Then it comes to my house. Then it goes to Mr. Rathi's place. Then it goes downhill all the way to the Chalkbury. It goes along the back edge of the all lots. These are the natural flow.
So sorry, I think you said there's a pipe.
Yeah, we got that in in the new proposed easement area, that one, which is always remain wet. Okay, we put a pipe kind of thing with some gravel, so the water can drain, go down kind of thing, because and still is not helping that actually. That area always remain wet, even these days. And as Mr. Rathi said that the water is flowing in same new proposed easement area, like around the sad line, and goes in the, so even in his lot, the wet area is on the back, which is not like, but I requested that when I'm planning for relocation, if he would like to do relocate, but he wasn't in agreement, so we had to do for our lot just. This is just we are showing on the drawing. There is no actually we are doing any grade level change or anything. But just we want to change the wet area to have the wet area in the proposed easement area.
So maybe Seth, if you could maybe comment on the specific question from the abutter about improvements within the easement and whether this would be, whether this drain that the applicant was describing would conflict with the location of the easement, I guess.
If I could offer a few comments before
Sure.
answering that question as well.
Can I say
one moment, please? Many of the households in this neighborhood are affected by this rear lot drainage issue, and several of the property owners have done just what these property owners have done, and that is install under draining in an effort to mitigate some of the wet conditions in the rear areas of their lot. The product of that is that there's much trespass of drainage onto abutting lots, and I think we're seeing the product of that this evening during the discussion. The board's authority is in fact limited to the easement area and the adjustment of that easement area, but I would just sort of give some background in saying that that easement is functionally a product of a subdivision, and that was the Maplewood Phase 5 subdivision that was completed. And therefore, you are functionally performing a subdivision plan amendment with any approval that you grant this evening. And as a result, I would ask that the board, if you do take action, ensure that any proposed easement area does in fact convey drainage in the same way that the original easement was intended to do, and that back in 2005. So I think the relationship between topography and the proposed easement area is critical, and I know you've already discussed that, but I just want to emphasize it. The easement itself and the matter of installing under draining or any other infrastructure within that easement, I think the engineering department is absolutely correct. And I would urge the board, if any approval is granted this evening, to require that any existing under draining or other drainage infrastructure be removed as a condition of this easement. I think it's pertinent to do that. I think it's implied within the easement that is actually in favor of the city, and therefore I do think it's important to require that as part of any approval that you grant this evening. I would also point out, and I have had several conversations with Mr. Rothi, the abutter. Several of the issues that you're hearing about this evening are what we would refer to as civil drainage issues. They involve, again, the sort of trespass of water from one property to another as a result of changes in grading. Again, it's a very common issue within this development, within the Maplewood development in all phases. But I would urge you not to sort of conflate those civil drainage issues with the functioning of this larger drainage swale that is intended to really be a critical piece of infrastructure within the subdivision itself. You'll see a few moments ago, I did pull up the easement for the underlying subdivision just to give you sort of a sense of the context. And as the applicant had presented, this easement is intended to convey water for really a distance of the development. It should pop up in just a second here. We're specifically reviewing an easement adjustment on lot 2755. It is intended to convey water through the extent of 2753, 2754, as the applicant's agent addressed. But there really is a need to make sure this is a contiguous easement, and therefore the topography is particularly critical to this approval. So I hope I've addressed your comments or questions. Again, I would emphasize that need for removal of any under draining or drainage infrastructure as a condition of this, if you do choose to approve.
Mr. Hudson, I wonder if maybe, I'd just be curious as to your thoughts in terms of whether you're familiar enough with this particular site to comment on it, but in terms of Mr. Sullivan's observation that, you know, that the goal here should be to ensure that the relocated easement, that the drainage would be occurring sort of consistent with what was intended by the original drainage easement. And I'm just wondering, like I said, if you have any observations, thoughts on that.
I have questions, not observations.
Okay.
And maybe it's for staff, but is the only place that there's a written description of the easement as what was provided in the packet to the meeting previous when this was tabled, but it describes a 20-foot public drainage easement, FF. Is there any easement document recorded at the registry or anywhere which describes what this easement is for, what is or is not allowed in the easement area?
If my memory serves me correctly, and I would want to confirm this, but there are two locations where the easement is identified. One on the approved subdivision plan, the 20-foot drainage easement is identified, and I believe the deeds for these properties themselves actually make a reference to that drainage easement. I don't know for a fact that's the one piece I'm not sure of. Okay. But within the easement document, or the deeds rather, I don't believe there's any specific restrictions put in place. The reason for my statement that any drainage infrastructure, under drainage, should be removed are just that I think they sort of cut against the underlying purpose of that drainage easement by having them installed. So Dan, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I think, my thought is clearly the intent was to provide a way that drainage, given the topography, could cross a number of properties.
Yes.
So it is the burden of the landowner with the easement to have topography that conveys water from one side of the property to the other. I believe that was the intent. So to the extent that that's been altered where, water is rerouted, then that could be of concern, or it could be as Mr. Sullivan noted, could be contrary to the original intent of the easement. I mean, we're hampered somewhat by the fact that there's not a extensive description of exactly what the easement entails, what it does and doesn't do. I would note, the engineering department, we try to provide guidance to staff, and we provide a review for planning board cases and sites, but Public Works purview does not extend on private property. If there's were an easement to the benefit of the city, which I guess is assumed, but I'm not convinced that necessarily it is, but then I guess that would fall to our jurisdiction. So I don't know. I mean, there's information in the packet about what's been done, what's been changed, but we don't have specific knowledge of that. We would not have, engineering would not have been on the site inspecting this construction as it's on-site construction. We don't know what's been permitted, what hasn't been permitted, in terms of on-site permits, which are not permits that we would grant. So I guess I'll leave it at that for now.
And just, I guess, a follow-up question for staff. If we were to not move forward with an approval this evening with respect to the relocation of the easement, I mean, it appears from the plan that the existing easement is significantly obstructed by the gazebo and patio. So, Matt, appreciating your point about sort of ensuring the integrity of what was intended by the original easement. I guess it seems like here we've got sort of, the alternative of, if we didn't approve would be to continue to have an easement that really has no functional purpose. I mean, is that fair?
Yeah, to answer your question directly, I believe that the construction of the easement, cuts against the underlying purpose of the easement's, original intent. So I think that should the board choose to disapprove this, then we would have to have further discussions with the property owner about what corrective actions might be needed.
Mr. Peterson?
Is now a good time for me to comment on this?
Well, let's first just say, do we have any other questions for the applicant during the hearing? Because if not, then we can close the hearing and we can have that discussion. But I just want to make sure there's no other, does anyone have any questions at this point? And I would say we always reserve the right to reopen the public hearing if need be, but I'm seeing none for now, so.
Just a quick clarification, if I may, to Engineer Hudson's comment. The easement is not clearly in favor of the city of Nashua. The way that the language was phrased initially was, and this was common at this time, it is a public drainage easement. And there's no specific language saying that the city of Nashua is the recipient party on this, but it is a public easement by nature.
Okay. Thank you. All right, at this time, we will close the public hearing, and again, the board does reserve the right to reopen the public hearing if need be, but, so Mr. Peterson, if you want to take this opportunity now while we're in the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. In reading the packet today, one of the first things that came out at me was one of the abutters, I believe it, number 67, strongly urged a site visit to come find out what he's talking about. So I drove over to Cherrywood Drive today, parked, looked, and that section of Cherrywood Drive, I mean, Cherrywood Drive is long, but that section is on a hill, and all the houses, as the numbers go up, you go up the hill, 65, 67, 69, 71, and then hydrangea. And the flow of that hill, the contour of the land is, as the numbers go down, there's a slope, and in the back of those houses is another slope. So they get like double the water coming into their yards. So I got out of my car, I took a walk to number 67, who is basically Mr. Rothi, who is in complete opposition to these changes. In his backyard, he has a trench that runs parallel to his back property line. This trench runs parallel to that property line, deep and full of gravel, so that he can just get the water through his property to the next guy down the hill. So Mr. Rathi absorbs the applicant's water and passes it right through, and then the person at 65, their yard is a soggy mess, just full of the water. So I thought, well, this is like, you can't even walk there, it's just muck. This is the guy's yard. Then I came up the hill to number 69 to the applicant's yard, and I noticed, you know, he has a shed in his backyard, but it's elevated 3 feet off the ground with steps because that could turn into a soggy mess too, I'm thinking. And I noticed his house had a PVC pipe going right down along the foundation, probably to a sump pump, and that pipe is connected to a garden hose that runs the length of his driveway out to the street. And here, it hasn't rained in a few days. I mean, there's like water flowing down the street from the applicant's house. So water is a real problem in that neighborhood because they get double dosed in those backyards. And when I look at the current easement that was put in by the builder, I'm sure they put it exactly where the natural flow of the water is between those 3 properties, you know, from 69, 67, 65, you know, right down the hill to get that water out of those yards and bring it down towards Chokebury Street. So I thought, oh, now I understand that. Then I came home and I looked at the packet again. In there is a letter from the applicant at number 69, a friendly email dated 3 days ago, October 4th, basically telling you exactly what the motive is here. He likes his neighborhood, he likes the property, he wants to expand his kitchen out 12 feet. He applied to the city and got turned down because he was encroaching upon the easement. So if you don't want to move and you want to put the additional 12 feet for the kitchen in, why don't we just move the easement? And that's why we're here tonight, because the applicant, plain English right in front of me, says extend the kitchen in back by 10 to 12 feet rather than moving from here. And then he said, well, somewhere in here, basically, you know, they applied to the city to put in the addition because they really like it, and there's an easement in the way, and that's why we're all here tonight talking, so he can get the easement moved so he can put his addition in. And that is my observation. And the other thing I noticed, why is it in the packet, the 2 waivers they're asking for is, see, this is a topographical thing. This is the contour of the geography in that neighborhood. And he's requesting that we waive the physical features within 1,000 feet, like this property only occurs on their little lot. This is the whole neighborhood and the flow of water through it, and they want to avoid a study of that because they'll have a better understanding of the problem. And then stipulation number 4, they want to not do a drainage letter or study. I mean, it's explicit in English here. Why would they not want that? Because then we'll find out that that easement was put there for a real reason to direct the water through those 3 backyards down to Chokebury. And I can see why the abutter living at number 67 Cherrywood is so against this, because right now the easement's working for him and he doesn't want it changed. And that's my observation on this matter.
Yeah, I guess I want to sort of look at this from sort of practically what we've got on site and then what the options are. So, Mr. Beasley, you're talking about the extension of the kitchen into the easement, but we've already got major structural changes within the easement. There's the gazebo and the patio, the fire pit, those are all built within the easement. Now, I don't know why, what happened in terms of those projects in terms of building of the easement, but we've already got that within the easement. So it seems to me we've got two options. One, we could say, no, we're not gonna approve this, leave it as is. But, basically the easement is not functioning according to its original intent because you've got all these structural changes that are existing within the easement. So that's option one. Option two is we allow the applicant to move the easement and say, okay, well, at least now the easement is somewhat, in my view, more conforming because we can say, remove the drainage infrastructure, and then there's actually, in theory, a place where the drainage could flow. But, in either case, it's not going to change it's not going to change the condition of the site in terms of, whether, unless the applicant removes the existing encroachments of the easement, right? So I think those are the options that we're left with.
May I comment on that? You could change the easement on paper, but nature put that water there, and it's still gonna flow there. And when I saw the patio today, I thought, oh, they just put that up with a little tent over it. I mean, they didn't go and get a permit for it, but when they had to put a 12-foot addition on, then you needed a permit, and then they got turned down.
Right, but again, those structures exist within the easement now.
But they're not harming anything, they're just sitting on top of the soil. They're not dug in, they're just laying there on the ground. There's no impact on the flow of water coming down the hill. But if you start really messing with the flow of water, then the next guy down the hill and the one after them, they're gonna be affected. And the person at number 65, he lives in a precarious place. I mean, that backyard is muck. And if we start messing around upstream, that's gonna affect number 67 and number 65 in some unpredictable way. Because right now, nature is determining the flow of that water.
Well, I guess I don't understand, what's your basis for saying there's no impact on the drainage now?
Well, the patio, and where there's a gazebo over it, it just sits on the ground. It's not affecting the flow of water through the soil.
I think I should clarify. The original intent of the easement that was created was to surface convey drainage, in addition to some subsurface naturally, but the intent was to surface convey water through the development. So by regrading, installing structures, albeit really patio structures, it does fundamentally change whether or not that easement is functioning as it should when it was originally approved. And so I feel obligated to point that out because I believe there is an existing, I'll say this word, there's an existing violation of the original intent of the easement with what has been done. The question is this alternative that's being proposed by the applicant adequate to accomplish that same mission that was originally intended?
May I comment?
Yeah, sorry, hold on. Who's got, Mr. Bollinger, then Mr. Hirsch.
I guess I was just going to follow up to Mr. Sullivan's comment, though. Are we in a position to assess this board, a non-technical lay board, whether or not that disturbance has been disturbed enough where it's, I just feel like we're going to potentially talk in circles on this one. And I guess the other question that I have is, am I reading this correct in the background information? This parcel also has to go to ZBA for other I won't use the word violation, but there may be some setback issues, a driveway width issue.
Yes, correct. From the standpoint of what we're trying to do is bring the issue forward so that we can rectify some of the other issues on the property as well.
But, and I appreciate that commentary, but I'm a little bit concerned about precedent where if rule after rule after rule is broken, and then you seek relief from either the ZBA or ultimately the planning board as well in certain instances. I don't know where the limitations are. I have concerns, and I'm not sure that I personally have enough to vote on this case tonight, and if I am forced to take a vote, I would not be in favor of this. I think there's too much going on here to address.
Mr. Hirsch?
I think we need some sort of a drainage study or some independent source to tell us what's going on over there. Right now, we're just speculating, it seems. Someone's got to actually take a look, I think, at the whole situation and advise and, prepare some kind of report for us.
Mr. Hudson?
Yeah, my speculation is that, this goes back to a poor construction in the beginning. This is not a natural topography here. This area was regraded. There was a provision made for a drainage easement through the air, but there was no real swale constructed, at least not a swale of an extent that would, capture the water and convey it without all these backyards being wet. So all these folks are, aggrieved by that condition, which, unfortunately, they kind of bought into. My biggest concern, changing the easement location does continue to provide a route that water can be conveyed through the property, which was the intent of the easement. My largest concern is to what extent, as Mr. Sullivan noted, to what extent that drainage pattern has been changed. It's no longer a natural drainage pattern. Water being captured and pumped to the street, which drain to the street, which aggrieves the city, because that is a public street, and that's not allowed. So, arguing to remove that, I think, is appropriate because it shouldn't be directed to the street, and we should return the natural pattern. Returning that pattern will only convey more water in that direction, though, I suppose. But that was the original intent. I wish all these properties could get together and agree to construct a swale across all the back of the properties that solve this problem, but that seems like a tall task. So I don't appreciate the encroachment of the original easement. There are other violations. I don't appreciate the rerouting of any underground water to the extent that occurred, so I think that should be removed. But I don't know, obviously, in granting a change, it's not going to solve the problems that have been noted, but I don't see that it's going to significantly exasperate them either. So I guess I'm kind of indifferent on it at this point.
It's my observation, having been there, that the current patio and gazebo may encroach on paper where that easement is, but the real bulk of the water is, I'd say, about 10 feet away from where they put the patio in. And so nature put that water there. Maybe they graded it, maybe they did some, but the water's got to go somewhere, and now it's going through those 3 backyards. And I would say the reason why we're doing this is because the applicant wants to put in a 12-foot addition to his kitchen into the backyard, and that's why this whole thing is being forced to move the current easement that was put there a long time ago.
Yeah, all right.
And it's on paper in our packet from his words.
So, again, just to sort of talk about options here. So, we could table this, but if we're going to table it, then we need to instruct the applicant as to why we are tabling it and what we are asking for. We could disapprove it, in which case the easement stays where it is. And again, as Mr. Sullivan pointed out, and Mr. Hudson pointed out, the intent, I think, was to have a swale that's conveying the water. So clearly that's not happening with the gazebo and the patio there. Or, we could approve it, and then I think to Mr. Bollinger's point, though, we would be doing so without the benefit of really any sort of expert testimony, from the applicant as to, whether where the new easement located would be effectively replicating what the original easement was intended to do. But again, I would just say, if the inclination of the board is to table this matter, then I think we've got to be pretty specific about what it is that we want when this comes back before us. Mr. Mead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we simply vote no, it would go back to the planning department to follow up on the violations on the easement, right? Would that be?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question for staff. I mean, Matt, you alluded to that earlier, that that would entail, I guess, further discussions. I don't know what that would mean practically in terms of what happens with that.
Yeah, it would result in enforcement action. What I'm comfortable saying, though, is that I think our objective is to, and Engineer Hudson sort of noted this, we would like to achieve a comprehensive drainage solution across really the rear of these 4 lots that exist. You know, I think that we are open to a conversation prior to enforcement to some design that might accomplish that. And so that's our objective. That's why we brought this easement forward to the board this evening, recognizing that this easement adjustment does in fact have its flaws. So would we take enforcement action immediately? Perhaps not, but we would try to facilitate a conversation about how a more comprehensive solution could be designed, because clearly we're seeing downgrading impacts to the other abutters here. And clearly this is a neighborhood where ideally people function happily and live happily. And clearly we have a vested public interest in accomplishing a goal of some stable drainage here. So we would try to pursue an alternative option, but it would likely result in enforcement if that can't be achieved.
So just a point of clarification, the board votes no. That really creates an opportunity for the city to resolve this in a more comprehensive manner for all the lots.
In theory.
In theory.
I would argue that we have that opportunity now, even before the board potentially votes on a denial. I would say that in the event the board chooses to table, I think we would try to initiate a conversation between those property owners now, prior to them returning to the board. Okay. I don't necessarily think we need the denial to initiate that conversation. Yeah, my 2 cents, I suppose, on that.
Yeah, so I think, you know, to Mr. Sullivan's point, I mean, that sort of, I would guess, slightly amend, you know, my point about the tabling. We could effectively table for the purpose of allowing that discussion to happen.
I love that.
Or giving an opportunity for that discussion to happen.
Mr. Peterson seems to have strong.
Mr. Peterson.
I think if we approve this application, we would be like shirking our responsibility. When you look at stipulation 1 and stipulation 4, stipulation 1 does not require a physical feature study. And number 4 does not require a drainage letter or study. So all the engineering aspects would just be ignored and we would approve it. So I think to approve would be wrong. To table it, that would mean we'd have to do further study. And who's going to pay for this study? And why are we doing the study? Because the applicant has in writing 3 days ago, it's because he wants to put a kitchen in. And so he wants to encroach on where the easement is. So we're doing all this discussion so he can put in his kitchen. And then the third thing, to disapprove it, well, to me, that's in order. I mean, this guy is asking for us to do all kinds of changes so he can put his kitchen in. That's my assessment.
Well, I would say, based on everything we've just talked about, and in particular, the sort of Mr. Sullivan's point about having, you know, the preference would be ultimately to have a comprehensive solution, my inclination would be to table the matter, because that allows the city, the applicant, the abutters to get together, hopefully, and talk about a solution. If the case comes back before us and we've determined that there simply is no solution, we still have the opportunity to consider whether to approve or deny the plan. But it seems to me we can take that interim step, provide the opportunity for that further discussion, and then reassess the next time it comes before. So that would be my inclination, but certainly I'm happy to be to hear otherwise or hear other comments from the board members. Mr. Meehan?
Mr. Chairman, just feeling my way through here, would you want a motion to table that would allow the city to engage the applicant and the abutters in an attempt to create a comprehensive solution? Is that the kind of motion?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yes.
How long does this process go? Do you table it for one meeting, or you table it for 2 months, or?
Well, so I think, we should always table to a date certain. So we could consider, remind me, when is our next meeting?
Your next meeting is mid-October. My recommendation would be to table until early November at the earliest.
Yeah, so I think considering that this is probably going to take some time, I think we would want to table it, as Matt's suggesting, not to the next meeting, but we could do it to the first November meeting or even the second November meeting to give sufficient time. Because to your point, I don't think we want to come back in 2 weeks and say, oh, well, there hasn't really been such an opportunity to have a discussion.
How about some sort of a drainage, some sort of a study or some kind of independent review of the drainage in that location?
Larry, you gotta get close to the microphone.
How about some sort of independent study or review or comment, some expert to tell us what the drainage actually is over there rather than study?
Sorry.
You got to keep your fingers off of it. Green is good.
No, it's flashing green and red.
Flashing. On push.
Can't talk, don't touch it.
I won't touch it. I guess, could we also ask for, absence an agreement brokered by the city, some sort of a study or some independent analysis to give us advice? Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I guess my preference would be we not do that yet. Okay. Because if the objective is to get everybody together and come up with a comprehensive solution, I think that will effectively happen through that process. Because otherwise, really, what we're doing is we're asking the applicant to spend money on that without an understanding of what the end result is. Mr. Bollinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I guess without overcomplicating it, is it possible to table and just say for further review and discussion with the city? I guess I don't want to list off 19 criteria if we're just going to table it, because as you mentioned, that could create additional work, that could create, the vicious cycle of submit, respond to comments, and so forth. I guess I'm not even sure we need a reason necessarily to table it, but if we have to give one, I would suggest making it such that staff can continue review and discussion with the applicant regarding.
Yeah, and the reason I would like to have some explanation is so that it's clear in the record and clear to the parties who are looking at the record why is it that we tabled it. But I think Mr. Meehan's suggestion would be perfect. I think that's plenty. I think that's, in my view, that's sufficient. I don't think we need to get into any greater detail.
Can I suggest a date of December 2nd planning board meeting? That'll give us a little bit of time to get some things done.
Sure.
Would you like a motion?
Mr. Peterson?
Coming up with a study as to how to improve the easement for those 3 properties sounds pretty good, but I can't help but get over, this applicant has been living here for 15 years and this has not been an issue until he wanted to put in a kitchen. And now we got to go jump through hoops to accommodate this request. It's, to me, it's like the city's got better things to do.
Right. I mean, with all due respect, I think this is a bigger issue, than just this property. And I don't think this is just a matter of, us chasing our tails because of the applicant wants to put it. I mean, there's clearly issues out there. There's already existing encroachments. I think there are other situations like this. So I think it's worthwhile to attempt to address this more broadly. So, Mr. Meehan, yes, I would happily take a motion.
I move that project A21-0177 subdivision plan be tabled until the December 2nd meeting of the Planning Board of the City of Nashua, allowing for the city to engage the applicant and the abutters seeking a comprehensive solution.
Thank you. So that motion is by Mr. Meehan to table to the December 2nd meeting to allow for the discussion as indicated. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Mr. Bollinger. Is there further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Can I make
Opposed?
a comment?
Okay, motion passes.
Thanks for doing the walk.
Somebody should go visit and see what I'm talking about. Take a walk around the 3 backyards.
Okay,
Don't get shot. This is New Hampshire.
moving on, we're going to, just a reminder, A210191 and A210215 were postponed. So we're moving on to new business site plans, case number A21-0216, 300 Main Street Realty LLC owner, Osmium Brewery applicant, site plan amendment to allow a portion of the building to be used as a restaurant and beverage manufacturing. Property is located at 300 Main Street, zone D3, MU downtown. And this is located in Ward 7. As to this case, is there anyone willing to make a motion to accept jurisdiction? Mr. Ballinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I'd like to make a recommendation to accept jurisdiction over case new business site plan A21-0216.
Thanks for that motion by Mr. Bollinger on A21-0216 to accept jurisdiction. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Meehan. Is there further discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you for being patient.
Oh, no problem. Doug Broder of Meridian Land Services, representing 300 Main Street Realty LLC, the owner and the applicant, Patel Brew LLC, doing business as Omnium Brewery. I also have Viren Patel here with me tonight, as well as Ed Roberts, the owner of 300 Main Street Realty on Zoom, and Keetal Patel, another member of Patel Brewing. So just a minor point of correction, I accidentally filled the application out incorrectly as Osmium Brewery. It's Omnium. Not that that really matters much, but I'll try to be as quick as I can. It's essentially a change of use application. The existing site is 300 Main Street, obviously. I think you're all well aware of it. It's roughly a 254,000 square foot multi-use commercial facility, primarily for retail, restaurants, and some other services. It's located in the downtown 3 district and wholly located within the mixed-use overlay district, which the mixed-use overlay district essentially allows the planning board to approve any use that they feel is appropriate. Within the underlying district, the downtown district, beverage manufacturing is not allowed. But through the mixed-use district, it is with certain provisions. Again, the application is to convert, it's approximately, or 27,500 square feet, more or less, from a retail use to a bar brew pub with retail and on-site alcohol production and consumption alcohol with ancillary recreational activities, sit-down restaurant, and event spaces, with currently no proposed outside or exterior improvements. So everything's interior to the building. If you could just zoom out a little so we can show the board, roughly the part of the building that, if you see that hatched area, the cross hatching, it's mostly the southeastern crux of the building. If you know the site, there's a bend in the existing building near Workout World, or where currently Quest Diagnostics is in that corner as well. We have a litany of waivers that we've requested. They're mostly related to existing conditions, stormwater requirements, and other effectively superannuated regulations because there's no exterior improvements being proposed. And then I have a request to modify a few changes to staff recommendations. So with that, I don't know if you want to go into the waivers or how the board would like to proceed.
I mean, from my perspective, the waivers were pretty straightforward, so I don't think we need to go into those unless any of the board members have questions. But yes, to the extent that you have requested changes to any of the stipulations, definitely would like to obviously hear what those are.
Yeah, one of the, and I'll just pull out the staff report, and I just briefly discussed a few of them earlier today with Linda, and, obviously she didn't have enough time to forward the correspondence onto the board, but I think the first one was stipulation 13, which was dependent on the fire marshal's office. My understanding is the fire marshal signed off, so I guess it's a non-material condition. And then condition 12 was issuance of a building permit, pending all outstanding engineering comments addressed to the satisfaction of the Division of Public Works. The only part with that the owner had a little heartburn with was there was an impact fee of some sort associated with the amount of traffic. And it wasn't very clear how the city traffic engineer came up with that and what specific regulatory requirement that was based on. And they came up with a total of $28,000.
Right, and just to be clear, that is not really captured within this condition, but I did see that email from Wayne Husband.
I believe he said it was the 300 Main Street improvement fee or something of that nature.
Right, it's common for, these types of traffic impact fees to be charged, and Mr. Sullivan, I'll let you speak to sort of how they're allocated and used. But it is supposed to reflect the increase in traffic.
Right, we're not disputing that it may be like a city certified requirement. We just wanted to change the condition that, that we get that particular fee to the satisfaction of the city prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy versus issuance of a building permit, just so the applicant can move forward.
Okay, understood. So I don't think, actually not seeing, I don't think it's a condition on the plan. Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that's within the, sorry, Mr. Hudson.
I'll be happy to speak to that in more detail later. I'd like the presentation to be made, and then we can, I'll be happy to speak to that request.
I was done with my presentation, unless you want to go into any specifics on the, particular mixed-use district requirements.
Sure, but so, Mr. Hudson, to your point, we'll address that request. But okay, so are there questions from the planning board then? Mr. Peterson?
In the packet, they mentioned that you would need a wastewater permit. Did that get approved?
I believe they wanted to leave it up as a condition of approval prior to issuance of a building permit. It's potential it may be it can be done one of two ways. It can be done through the city. I know a grease trap's going to have to be put in, and that's what they were alluding to. Nobody's disputing that. It may also have to be, if there's an increase in wastewater flow, there's a DES permit that also has to be issued. But again, that would all be worked out either at the time of building permit or prior to a CO being issued.
Okay. Another question? In the production of the beer, I presume there's a lot of leftover grain, like hops and barley and stuff. What happens to all that waste in the end?
Again, some of that goes back to the wastewater permit. It may require what's known as an industrial wastewater permit because wastewater strength in brewery waste would typically be much higher than that of typical commercial waste. The flows may not be high enough that it's, in fact, an issue to the overall, the concentration of wastewater strength is going to be like 10 times, 20 times that of normal residential or commercial waste. But when you put that into the context of the millions of gallons a day produced by the city, it may just average out. So again, that'll be worked out at the building permit time, but maybe I'm not getting you. Oh, what happens with the waste product, the grain and so forth?
My question is, they don't take that leftover grain and feed livestock with it or anything?
Viren Patel Business Development, Omnium Brewing. All the waste will be picked up. We're coordinating with local firms that will want to reuse that to be able to, for their farming, for their animals, whatever that purpose is. But we are talking to a few firms over in Hollis to kind of have a weekly contract or a bi-weekly contract. We're not sure how much waste we're exactly going to have yet, but at least if it's a lot, then weekly. If it's not a lot, bi-weekly, so they come and pick it up at a certain time for us.
Thank you for considering that.
Thank you.
Mr. Bellinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. That plaza's been around for a very, very long time. Do you have any idea what former tenants of that space may have existed there previously? I guess why I'm asking, I don't think we had the full study, but there was some traffic information generated. Obviously, that's what your fee was based on. And I didn't know if you were replacing something that went out of business, 6 months ago or 9 months ago, where, I guess,
yeah,
I'll let you talk about your own traffic analysis.
Right.
But I'm trying to figure out what was there before and
Yep.
sort of how your traffic compares to what was there.
We based it on retail and, existing, and there's no, I believe it was retail before. Ed Roberts is the owner who's on Zoom. He could probably speak to that, much better than myself. But in the comparison, there's not a good use for a mixed kind of use facility like this. So we use Quality Restaurant as the closest alternative. I know the city's traffic engineer, he did find a use somehow with, I believe, drinking establishment, and he took an average of the two.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just
And it was just a basic ITE trip gen. It wasn't, an in-depth study of any type.
Okay, no, and thank you for the clarification. I guess I just didn't want to lose sight of the fact that this isn't new per se. This is reoccupying previously
Correct.
leased commercial space. So
And the city traffic engineer, it took the difference between existing and proposed.
that
Is
clarifies it perfectly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Broder.
Mr. Roberts, I saw you had your hand raised. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Ed Roberts. I represent the owner for 300 Main Street. Just with respect to the former occupancy of the space, it has been vacant for some time. The last use was at partially a karate studio, a dance studio, and lower level portion considered for Omnium Brewing is formerly a plumbing supply warehouse. So we're very excited to bring a destination use to the plaza.
Great, thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Just a point of curiosity, in the paperwork from Meridian, they talked about ancillary recreation activities, including axe throwing. I'm part Viking. I could have a good time there.
Yeah, it's something I first experienced when I was up in Canada a few years ago, these axe throwing facilities where they're set up as kind of like archery ranges, obviously much shorter, and you effectively throw a hatchet or an axe at a plywood target. And it's become quite popular, actually.
I went to a agricultural fair the other day, and they had the axe throwing going on.
And was there any other was there going to be an arcade or anything of that nature?
Just some games people could
Yeah,
play.
and maybe some pinball games or other video games of that type, but foosball or something of that nature, but limited to that. There's other recreation that people talk about that, in Colorado and states like that, but it's not legal here yet, so.
But the axe throwing was specifically mentioned in the paperwork, and I
Yeah.
thought that's notable.
I think, is it 7 lanes you have?
4.
4 lanes, yeah, so.
Other questions from the board? Thank you very much. I would open it up to public comment. If there's anyone on the Zoom meeting who's interested in commenting on or has questions about this application, please just unmute and identify yourself for the record. Okay, Seeing none, and obviously there's no one in the audience here. The board have any other questions before we close the public hearing? Mr. Meehan?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just not clear on the staff recommendations and findings. Did we strike number 13?
So, I think you
So
can.
stipulations, actually 12 and 13 can be deleted because we received comments. But I think Mr. Hudson is going to speak to Wayne Husband's email, but that should be an added condition of approval, however it plays out.
Okay.
Yeah, I can speak to that now. So I don't want to change the stipulation as recommended by the applicant. I'll explain how I would propose to revise it, but there is a Main Street traffic corridor account. It was established many years ago. And there are other corridor accounts for other corridors, as the board's well aware, Amherst Street and others. The intent of those accounts is to take contributions or accept contributions from applicants in lieu of other things as a mitigative measure for their proposed work. So although it's not a formal impact fee system as other communities may have, it's something that City of Nashua has and has used for many years, over 20 years. And I think this $200 a trip rate hasn't changed in many, many years either. That's a long-standing amount. So it is a cost to an applicant, but in one sense it's a cost savings in the sense that they don't have to individually complete a study, a full traffic study, determine what mitigation would be appropriate for the development, and then complete that mitigation. They can pay into this fund and then they're done. The burden then is on the city to compile funds from that case and other cases as it may be, compile those funds and do projects to, maintain and improve traffic conditions on corridors. In this case, the trip calculation, as noted, came out to $28,000. That is, as was noted, doing a slightly different trip calc than was provided. They ran their number at a quality restaurant. I don't think that this use should be characterized as that, neither did the senior traffic engineer. So what was calculated was an average, basically, between a quality restaurant and a drinking place. And so that raised the trip generation slightly from an estimated 248 up to 269 trips per vehicle hour, which is, a significant amount of traffic. And then there was a credit given for previous use, which was existing shopping center at 129 vehicles per hour. It is in a shopping center, so we feel that's okay. But as was noted in testimony, some of the uses may or may not have really risen to that level of trip generation. So perhaps the credit given is a little generous, but I would propose a stipulation that's very specific because, I'm aware that the applicant was concerned about a condition. I just said all outstanding engineering comments. We could be very specific with that because there are not many. Joe Mandola had no comments. Wayne Husband had comments, so I would propose changing stipulation 12 to be prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, which that timing was requested by the applicant versus prior to building permit, but prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy, a $28,000 contribution shall be made to the Main Street Traffic Corridor account, or a GridSmart 360-degree vehicle detection camera system with performance module be purchased and installed by the applicant, be installed at the Main Street Shopping Center Drive intersection. I believe that's an intersection with Lake Street as well, correct? To the satisfaction of Division of Public Works, basically giving them the option. They can contribute to the corridor account, in which case Public Works will take on the burden of, purchasing and installing a camera system there, or they can install that camera system themselves. That camera system will not only benefit the corridor through improved detection, but it will also, benefit the applicant because it's at their front door. So that's the proposed stipulation change I would recommend. We are still in public session, so I'm happy to further discuss or have the applicant respond to that, whatever we want to do, but that would be the proposed stipulation.
Okay, and did anyone by chance take notes on that in terms of making the motion?
What he said.
So it's 28,000 to the Main Street traffic corridor account, or purchasing the camera you described?
Yeah.
We just keep it simple.
Did the applicant have any further question or comment on that? I don't know if you want to, so the proposed stipulation, we would eliminate the existing stipulation and replace it with that more specific one that Mr. Husson just indicated, but it would be prior to CO as opposed to building permit. Is that?
Ed Roberts, 300 Main Street, no questions or objections. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you very much. Okay, so at this point, unless anyone says otherwise, I think we can close the public hearing. Yes, so this concludes the public hearing on the matter. So we'll now take our deliberations to the public meeting. So I think pretty straightforward. The one issue that I had identified was this $28,000 contribution. I think we've gotten a resolution on that. Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward, no exterior improvements. So if someone is inclined to make a motion and has what they need to revise that stipulation, I would be happy to accept such a motion.
Mr. Barley, I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, sure, sorry
One
about
additional comment. The number of waivers that are requested here, that's fairly typical for what we've seen for reuse of larger retail plazas in the past. So I just wanted to point out that I don't think there's anything extraordinary there that needs further redress from the or explanation from the applicant.
I completely agree. I mean, it's all of the waivers are essentially relating to the fact that they're doing no exterior, no renovations to the building, no exterior work. So I think that makes complete sense.
Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Mr. Pollock.
I think this is on you.
I didn't want to jump on.
I think this is on you.
Okay, sorry. All right.
You want me to read it?
I can read it again if you want.
Mr. Varley, I'd like to make a motion to approve new business project A21-0216. Owner 300 Main Street Realty LLC, property location 300 Main Street. Recommend the application, finding that it does meet the requirements outlined in NRO 190-146D and 190-23F. The recommendation to approve is with 12 stipulations. Stipulation number 1, respect to a waiver of 190-279C with regard to surveying material, shall read, is granted, will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulation number 2, request for waiver of section 190-279F regarding square footage and other building dimensions, shall read, is granted, and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulation number 3, the request for waiver of section 190-279W with respect to wetland boundaries shall read, is granted, and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulation number 4, the request for a waiver of section 190-279BB with respect to site grading and contours shall read, is granted, and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulation number 5, with respect to a waiver for section 190-279CC, with respect to stormwater management report, shall read, is granted, and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulation number 6, with respect, Stipulation number 6, a waiver of section 190-279EE with respect to an existing conditions plan shall read is granted and will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulation number 7, with respect to a waiver of section 190-279KK with respect to stormwater operation and maintenance shall read is granted, will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulations 8 through 11 as written in the staff report. Stipulation number 12 shall be amended from the staff report to read, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall either A, make a contribution of $28,000 to the Main Street Traffic Corridor Fund, or purchase sufficient traffic equipment approved by city engineering staff to be installed at the intersection of Main Street, Lake Street, and the plaza entrance driveway. Stipulation 13 in the staff report shall be stricken.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Bollinger. So the motion is to approve new business A210216 site plan. Is there a second to that motion with, as made by Mr. Bollinger with the stipulations? Seconded by Mr. Hirsch. Is there any further discussion of that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Can't wait to go visit.
Thank you. Me too. Thank you.
Everybody's quite confident.
All right, other business, first item under other business, we have reviewed the tentative agenda, determined proposals of regional impact. I don't know if anyone's had a chance to look at that and wants to make a motion. Mr. Bollinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I'd like to make a motion based on the technical review meeting of October 4th, 2021. There are no projects of regional significance.
Thank you, Mr. Bollinger. So the motion is that having reviewed my tentative agenda, there are no proposals of regional impact. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Mr. Hirsch. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next up, we have nomination of planning board member for liaison to Historic District Commission. So,
I was going to say, we don't want to do this in absentia, or do we? Because I know there was a volunteer, but they're not here, so I didn't.
Yeah, Ms. Harper did express an interest, and I've not heard her retract that statement out of, but yeah, we could, I don't think it would be, I guess let me ask staff, at this point, is it like, is it getting late where, boy, we really don't want to wait any longer to appoint somebody, or?
I think the Historic District Commission needs the person to be appointed as soon as they can. So
Okay.
if Maggie's expressed an interest, I think you should vote.
All right, so given that we have that expression of interest, I think it's fine, to probably go forward with that. So we have, like Maggie's expressed an interest. I think that's fantastic, and I think we should approve her nomination. So is there anyone who would like to make that motion? Mr. Bollinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I would like to nominate Ms. Maggie Harper as the planning board member for liaison to the Historic District Commission.
Thank you. So the motion by Mr. Bollinger is to nominate Maggie Harper to be the planning board nominee to the Historic District Commission. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Meehan. Is there any further discussion?
I would just as a point of discussion, should she come back and object, we could appoint somebody else, right? So this is not set in stone. I don't foresee that to be the case, but.
Yeah, she's not tied to
But this
it forever.
this could be changed at any point in time if the board so chose.
She
right?
wrote an email to accept that.
No, right, yes, absolutely. Okay. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. So the next two items under other business are related, and I think for purposes of this evening, we're just going to identify them and handle them at the next meeting. So number 4 is, every year we have to adopt the meeting schedule for the upcoming year. And typically what we'll do is we get that schedule at one meeting, give everybody a chance to take a look at it, see if they identify any sort of troublesome meeting dates in terms of potential conflicts, with school break week, holidays, whatever, come back. In addition, and Matt, I'll let you speak to this as well, but there's a proposed amendment to the planning board bylaws that would increase the number of meetings. We currently have, 6 months with 1 meeting, 6 months with 2 meetings. So this would add a couple of 2-meeting months, and basically the idea is that, it would just provide more flexibility in terms of scheduling. We've had a couple instances recently where we've had to add special meetings, and this would hopefully reduce the likelihood or need for that. But if we were in a circumstance in a 2-meeting month where there was nothing for the agenda, then we would just say, okay, well, we'll cancel the next meeting. And that hasn't happened in a little while, but it has, happened in the past where we've had nothing on the agenda, and so it doesn't commit us to having a meeting if there's nothing on the agenda. Mr. Peterson?
Looking at the 2021 calendar, we did have 2 meetings in January and 2 in September. It's inside that little folder packet.
Mr. Chair, do you want a motion, or do you want to just table it, or just wait?
Yeah, so I think, again, I think I would just say, give everybody the opportunity at this point just to take a look at the schedule. We'll hold off, because the bylaws changes is also related to the schedule. I'd say we just hold on both of them. Matt, if you had anything to add.
I just wanted to offer the comment that this is really just increased predictability, I guess, in scheduling, and make sure that when you calendar your year, you actually have these on your schedule. Obviously, as the chair indicated, there's likelihood that we would cancel these, but I also would remind everyone that we would like to have regular board training, and because of the caseload and volume over the last year, we haven't been able to keep up with that. And so this hopefully offers us some additional nights to integrate that into your schedule. And we certainly appreciate how hard you all work, so it's not the goal to give you more meetings to attend, but just to give you a little more predictability when it comes to those that you do have.
So Mr. Meehan, at this point, I think, unless anyone has any objection, I would take a motion just to table both items 3 and 4. Mr. Meehan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to table items 3 and 4.
Thank you. Motion to table items 3 and 4, and I'm just clarifying to the next scheduled planning board meeting. Sorry, remind me again, what's the date?
21st.
The 21st?
October 21st.
Yes, so motion to table items 3 and 4 to the planning board meeting on October 21st. Is there a second to that motion?
Second, Mr.
Second by Mr. Ballinger. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. And then, under discussion items, we've already talked about the parking study will be heard the next meeting, or be presented at the next meeting.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The parking study we'd like to propose to be done before the November 4th meeting.
Oh, I'm
if the
sorry,
board would allow it.
you told me that, yes.
At 6 p.m. for an hour-long session. We're currently undertaking a parking study, and the consultant would like to have a more substantial discussion with the board.
Yeah. So November 4th, in advance of the regular schedule, so it's 6 p.m.
And we'll certainly provide notice of that.
Okay.
At 6 p.m.
Any other discussion items?
Mr. Chair, just a few quick ones. Under new business subdivision plans, could we have a motion to table to October 27th, 8/21/0191 and 8/21/0215, just to prevent the need to re-notify abutters?
Sure, and I think typically we'd make a motion to postpone, because we haven't accepted jurisdiction.
Yeah, postpone, right, postpone.
Yeah, so if we want to, if someone wants to just make a motion confirming that those cases have been postponed until the October 21st meeting?
We did a motion, but did we not know the date?
You did not make a motion.
We did not technically make a motion. I identified for the public that those weren't being heard, but we didn't actually make a motion, so.
Just a quick point of clarification. If the applicant themselves withdrew,
Yes.
Does it require
Notified.
action from this
There's
board?
notification in your folder tonight of the application.
And even when the applicant does that, you are required to continue to a time, and the board is required to take an action under state statute to do
Okay.
that, beyond just notifying sort of generally.
Right, so, but just to clarify, typically, a motion to table would be over something we had taken jurisdiction over, so I think it's just technically would be to continue until the October 21st meeting. Mr. Ballinger?
Thank you, Mr. Varley. I'd like to make a motion to continue until the October 21st, 2021 Planning Board meeting, the following two cases, both new business subdivision plans. The first one, A21-019, and the second being A21-0215.
Thank you.
0191.
You know, I just saw, thank you, Mr. Peterson, my pen had already scratched out the last one there. So
Somebody's paying attention.
thank you for the correction. I would like to amend my motion.
With that clarification, to continue those two plans, is there a second? Second by Mr. Hirsch. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, any other discussion? In that case, I will take a motion, oh, Mr. Volunteer.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to delay this. A question for staff. We may or may not have new materials with regard to the Cherrywood Drive. I'm trying to avoid holding all that old paper for the next 2 months, if at all possible. We can chat offline. It's okay. I just,
there's a lot of issues that need to be straightened
it's
out.
bound to get lost, and I'm guessing a lot of that may be superseded, so, but, thank you.
Involved in a lot of discussions.
All right, I would gladly take a motion to adjourn. Mr. Ballinger?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes, and we are adjourned at 10:52 PM.